Good morning, and thank you for being with us today. My name is Mohammed Al-Abwa from the Asian Football Confederation, and I'm truly honored to be your host for today's conference. AFC President, His Excellency Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, Acting Director and Chief of Partnerships and Global Engagement, Outreach Division, Department of Global Communications, Mr. Robert Skinner, the AFC Dream Asia Foundation, Board of Trustees, AFC Social Responsibility Committee members, AFC General Secretary, Dr. Siriwan Sir John, colleagues and friends from the AFC member associations and regional associations, our prestigious speakers and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you all. On behalf of the Asian Football Confederation and the AFC Dream Asia Foundation, it is my honor to welcome you to the inaugural AFC Dream Asia Foundation Conference 2025, held here in the vibrant city of Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. First and foremost, we would like to express our deepest appreciation to the Saudi Arabian Football Federation for their generous hospitality and steadfast support in hosting this important conference. Today marks a powerful and historic milestone. For the first time, football and sustainable development leaders gather from all around the world to collaborate. This conference is more than just an event. It is the start of a movement. This year's conference was brought together in close collaboration with the United Nations Football for the Goals Initiative. And we are proud to align our goals with theirs, to unlock football's potential, to advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Our vision is clear: to use football, the world's game, to create a fairer, more inclusive, and more sustainable future for all. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, to officially open our program, we are deeply honored to welcome onto the stage the AFC President and Patron of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation, His Excellency Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, for his welcome address.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome all of you to the first ever AFC Dream Asia Foundation Conference. Let me begin by extending my heartfelt appreciation to His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Turki Al Faisal, Chairperson of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation Board of Trustees, for his leadership and support towards the AFC Dream Asia Foundation. And also to the Saudi Arabian Football Federation for hosting and supporting this event. We thank them for their commitment to advancing this beautiful game, both on and off the field. As many of you are aware, the AFC mission has underlined social responsibility as a key focus area. At the heart of this ambition is the desire to use the power of football to strengthen communities across the continent. I had the honor of launching the AFC Dream Asia Foundation in March 2017, and I'm truly proud of the progress we've made in the last 8 years. If we take a moment to reflect our impact, Asian football has touched so many lives across nearly all our members. Our success has only been made possible thanks to the spirit of the partnership extended by so many of you in this room. And the AFC would like to thank all of you, our member associations, regional association, and valued partners for the sharing our belief in the power of football. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from those who have strengthened the foundation to carry out this important work in an efficient and an effective way. But above all, by bringing everyone together, this conference will increase our chances to build a better future. These are indeed challenging times for everyone across the globe, and the AFC is committed to doing more, to truly unlock the power of football to enhance the impact of our programs. We stand together with one purpose, one shared vision, to make our game stronger and to use it to help those who need us the most. And the continued support from everyone in this room, I have no doubt that we will deliver stronger programs that will leave a legacy for our future generations. I thank you all, and I wish you a meaningful and inspiring conference. I know you have a long day, so I wish you all the best, and thank you for coming here.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Your leadership has been truly inspiring to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also honored to have collaborated with the United Nations Football for the Goals Initiative. And here with us today, please welcome Mr. Rob Skinner, Acting Director and Chief of Partnerships and Global Engagement in the UN Department of Global Communications, where he leads the UN's For the Goals Initiative, to deliver his welcome address.
Thank you. AFC President, His Excellency Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa, Chairperson of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Turki Al Faisal, President of the Saudi Arabian Football Federation, Mr. Yasser Hassan M. Elmi Sahal, members of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation Board of Trustees, AFC Social Responsibility Committee members, AFC General Secretary Datuk Seri Windsor John, representatives of AFC member associations, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. As we say at the United Nations, all protocols observed, if I may. It is truly a pleasure to be with you in Riyadh at the 2025 Dream Asia Foundation Conference. I thank the Foundation and the Asian Football Confederation for inviting me to be here representing the United Nations and Football for the Goals. We truly appreciate the partnership we have with AFC around Football for the Goals. And I also express my appreciation for the Saudi Arabian Football Federation for hosting this important event here in Riyadh. It's truly a pleasure to be here. And I think I'd be remiss if I did not offer my congratulations to Saudi Arabia and Qatar for qualifying for the World Cup last night. It is football after all, although we're here to talk about sustainability in football. We all want success on the pitch, of course. If I might, I would like to personally thank Mr. Vahid Kardani, AFC's Deputy General Secretary, for his continuous and committed engagement with us at the UN, as AFC and its members have become more deeply involved with Football for the Goals. It's truly appreciated, Vahid. I saw some of you last year in Seoul for the Member Association gathering. It's a pleasure to see many of you again, and also to be meeting some of you for the first time. Much has happened in the world since the gathering in Seoul last year, both in the world at large and in the world of football. But truth be told, in many instances, in an ever-increasing way, football is part of the global political landscape. I think we see that every day. There's just one reason why the UN is committed to our Football for the Goals initiative. We are convinced that the power of this global game, this activity that engages more people in every corner of the world than anything else people do, and I mean any activity, not just sport. Football engages more people than any other human activity, and I think we see that again in the number of people passionate about this game. But it can also be a true driver of change, positive change. And the framework that drives that change remains the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs. And we need football and the SDGs more than ever today. And I can assure you that the SDGs will remain the North Star for the UN through 2030. The UN's member states adopted the goals in 2015, and we must continue to make progress toward their achievement. It is no secret that the world is in a challenging period. There's too much conflict, the climate crisis continues unabated, and we are seeing backslided on commitments to many of the SDGs. And I think this uncertainty is all driven by the moves around artificial intelligence, the mis and disinformation that moves around through the landscapes, and providing particularly uncertainty for young people. And I know from speaking to my own daughters about the landscape that they're living in, and the fact that we need everyone to come together to help drive this positive change. But even while I talk about these challenges, I do not see that in the world of football, the global football community that makes up all of you here and those beyond in the other confederations and member associations around the world. I'm not seeing this backsliding. In fact, I'm finding a stronger desire from football, and particularly from AFC, to make positive change through the SDGs. Since we met last year, AFC has committed to drive the Football for the Goals initiative through its member associations and down to the grassroots level. It has asked all of your member associations to join the initiative, and the response has been powerful. 33 of you, 33 associations, national associations and regional associations, are now members. 10 applications have been received by our team and are in progress, and believe me, we will get them turned around and back to you very quickly and have all of you become members of Football for the Goals. And only 9 have yet to apply. We look forward to receiving those applications because I know that together we will be stronger. I also want to recognize all the NGOs in the room that have been invited by AFC to be here. The opportunity for all of us to work together is significantly enhanced with these kinds of in-person meetings and getting to know each other. There's nothing better than in-person diplomacy. From the United Nations, I can say that. And so I commend AFC for bringing all of this group together. And that is also our ambition with Football for the Goals, to deliver on the SDGs by bringing the global football community together to identify the best ways to incorporate sustainable practices into its business models and to advocate through its enormous influence on the issues that underlie the SDGs. We know the world cares about these issues: ending poverty, ending hunger, providing quality education, seeking gender equality, combating the climate crisis, fighting racism, and creating a more equal world, and providing opportunity for all. And we also know that all of you here believe in this, and that in many of these areas you're already working hard. I've seen it. I've seen the examples of what AFC member associations are doing. So let's all commit to step up our game and keep working at it. I'm convinced this is a game we can win, and we can win together. I again thank AFC and the Dream Asia Foundation for making this event a reality. I look forward to the rest of the day's conversations and to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for those meaningful remarks. Now, I would like to ask, before we start our official program, we would like to invite everyone for a group photo to capture this special moment. Please remain in your seats, and our photographer will take the photo from stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We will now take a break, and please return to the hall at 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you very much.
Dear guests, we kindly invite all participants to proceed to the conference hall and be seated. The session will begin shortly. Thank you for being with us and for your cooperation. Dear guests, we kindly invite all participants to proceed to the conference hall and be seated. The session will begin shortly. Thank you for being with us and for your cooperation.
Check. Welcome back, everyone. To set the tone for today's discussion, I am delighted to introduce our opening speaker, Mr. Wahid Kardani, who serves as the AFC Deputy General Secretary and Secretary to the AFC Dream Asia Foundation. Please join me in welcoming Wahid to the stage as he shares his insights on how football is more than a game. Please, Wahid.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let me once again, on behalf of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation, welcome you all to Riyadh, the capital of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I would like also to thank the chairperson of AFC Dream Asia Foundation, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Turki Al Faisal, Saudi Arabian Football Federation, for hosting us today, the AFC President, our General Secretary, my fellow colleagues, Deputy General Secretary Sheen, directors, for supporting us to organize this event, and also the non-governmental organization, NGOs, member and regional associations, child safeguarding officers and staff, speakers, friends to this event. Football is more than a game. Sheikh Salman always, he reminds us about the power of football that we always can use to help people in need across the continent and beyond. He says football is about unity, compassion, impact, and we can do more off the pitch using the power of football. So the presentation's 4 steps: introduction, the journey of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation, programs and impacts, and of course, what we can do in the future together and the ways forward. Let me start with the introduction. So the AFC in 2009 established a social responsibility committee. So we officially started our social responsibility work in 2009. Then the Dream Asia Foundation formed, the Board of Trustees. Some of them, they are here today. Major General Chief Samet, Mr. Zawzaw. The governance of the Board of Trustees. Our programs in the villages, in Gaza, in different cities. Recovery programs that we had in Guam, that I speak about them in later slides. And of course, future direction with the new opportunities for all of us to collaborate. Before I start, I think I need to introduce the team. Right. So myself, I'm secretary to the Dream Asia Foundation. I have next to me Sanjay Rezaev, he's the head of Social Responsibility Department. Next, Neil Estamaria. He's been working in Social Responsibility Department for more than 10 years. His passion is social responsibility. And a young lady, Irene, who's recently been appointed as a child safeguarding lead in the Confederation. Why we are here? As I said, football is more than a game, a platform for change, for unity, and opportunity. Education. Football can educate us about resilience, leadership, teamwork. Safeguarding children, I speak in details later. And of course, inclusion, or social inclusion, ensuring that everyone in the game can play the game. So this is the journey or evolution of the AFC social responsibility. The committee was formed in 2009. The brand of AFC Dream Asia established in 2009, and in 2015 we started delivering our programs. The foundation was formed in 2017 by the patron of the Dream Asia Foundation, Sheikh Salman. Child safeguarding policy in 2022, and the strategy of social responsibility in 2023. Let me introduce you to our Social Responsibility Committee. Some of them, they are here today. The chairperson, Mr. Zawzaw, he is the AFC Senior Vice President, President of Myanmar Football Federation, and he has recently been appointed as a chairperson of FIFA Social Responsibility, Mr. Zawzaw. Next, we have the former president of Kuwait Football Association, is a deputy to Mr. Zawzaw. He's a member of AFC Executive Committee. Mr. Pankaj Bikram Nembank, president of All Nepal Football Association. He is also a member of AFC Executive Committee. And these men and women across the continent, that they serve the social responsibility activities in their capacity. Yesterday, we had a very good meeting here today, and they approved a lot of new projects. We update them about our activities, and we are thankful that they are here with us today. What do they do? The AFC Social Responsibility Committee, they advise the AFC Executive Committee. They make sure that our programs are aligned with the AFC policies. They work very closely with the AFC Dream Asia Foundation. And of course, they monitor our activities and we report them once a year minimum. But we have a lot of correspondences, directions from them, and we ensure that they are kept updated throughout the year. the journey of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation. As I said, 2017, the foundation was formed. Sheikh Salman, the patron of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation. In 2021, the board were appointed upon the proposal of the AFC president and the AFC Executive Committee. They appointed the board. I introduced them later on. The policy for child safeguarding officer, child safeguarding in the continent, and also the impact of our programs that we are seeing now, and hopefully we'll speak about our goals by 2031. This is the journey or the growth of Dream Asia Foundation, the brand 2009 formation of the foundation. The trustees were appointed, child safeguarding, and of course, from a brand to a promise that today we're looking to start our partnership and collaboration with NGOs, with agencies, with a lot of governmental organizations, developmental agencies, and beyond. Our vision, we want to be a global leader in football-driven social responsibility. Very simple. And this inaugural event is to get to know you and work together very closely, hopefully from now onward. And you have for those that they are not coming from Asia, so you have a home in Asia. The AFC is HQ'd in Kuala Lumpur, and you are always welcome to come and visit us. So how we can be a global leader in football-driven social responsibility? Through partnership, making alliances, and hopefully we use the power of football to achieve these goals. Let me introduce to you the board members of the Dream Asia Foundation. Our chairperson is His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Turki Al Faisal from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He's the Minister of Youth and Sport. Mr. Timothy Fogg, former IOC member. He was previously the president of Hong Kong China Limited president. Major General Kiev Samet, president of ASEAN Football Federation. He's here with us today. Thank you, General. Mr. Zawzo, as I mentioned, he is a chairperson of the Social Responsibility Committee, and he sits in the board of AFC Dream Asia Foundation, and newly appointed a member, Mr. Praful Patel, who is previously was the senior vice president of AFC, FIFA Council member, and the president of All India Football Federation. Right, child safeguarding policy. Let me tell you, in 2019 in AFC, our General Secretary appointed a child safeguarding officer. Before that, we didn't have anything. No policy, no child safeguarding officer. Is Morgan here, Morgan Lander? Morgan's here. So we reached out to Morgan. He's done a fantastic job for us, helping us with the policy, the educational programs that we offer in the AFC Academic Center of Excellence. He's behind our success, I would say. He delivers a lot of conferences. He helps member and regional associations to develop their own policies. So we established our own policy, and we created a generic policy for our member and regional associations because they didn't have anyone as well. No policy, no child safeguarding officers at that time. Then we worked with the strategy 2023 to 2027. Enter Isaac, the president of Football Australia, is one of our supporters. He helped to establish this strategy. And the social responsibility toolkit, which my colleagues in AFC, they developed as a document for member and regional association. If they want to apply for any program, they can use that one and guide them from A to Z. Education is very big for us. As many of you know that we have our own academy. The academy is fully subsidized by Asian Football Confederation. Today, we offer 7 different courses, management courses. We have child safeguarding in 3 different levels: insights, fundamentals, and essentials. When we started in 2019, I said it was very difficult to find people that they have the expertise. Today, through the academy, we have 500 people already, they have gained certificates. Some of our flagship programs, as I said, in Guam, to recover from the typhoon, we supported them. We had projects in Philippines, in Nepal, Cambodia, and a lot more that I speak later on. Partnership expansion, we are working with Football for the Goals. Rob, thank you, Rob, and his team. I did not thank him in the beginning because I wanted to speak in detail about what he does and his teams and how much he and his team motivate myself, my team, and our member and regional association throughout the continent. Right. I told you in the past, no child safeguarding officer across the continent, no one. No policy. Today, we have 46 member associations out of 47. They have a dedicated child safeguarding officer. And this is within a span of 4 or 5 years. And 4 regional associations out of 5. So, in the future, through Academic Center of Excellence, the educational programs that we have, we want to create more. We want to make child safeguarding a culture. We have a policy in 2022, thanks to Morgan. He's been amazing in supporting the team, the AFC, and his passion is child safeguarding. Later on, he'll be sitting in one of the panels and moderating. Reforms that we wanted to reform our development programs. So we wanted to ask member association to bring people and teach them about this important topic, but again, we had to motivate them. So regional association, child safeguarding officer, they receive their salaries from the Asian Football Confederation. Member associations, if they want to apply for our development programs, they need to have a dedicated child safeguarding officer. So from a policy, as I said, to culture, and hopefully in the future, we can do more together. Right. I believe until football's played in this continent, we will have social responsibility and Dream Asia Foundation. 5% of prize money in our competitions, whether it is national team or club competition, men or women, directly goes to Dream Asia Foundation. So that's a huge support for the Dream Asia Foundation. I thank my counterpart, Shin, he's here, for this support. We also received donation. Recently, we received 5,000 footballs that we'll be sending them to 7 member associations, hopefully soon. We received funds, we've received from different individuals, from member association, corporates, and also our board of trustees, they donate their allowances to Dream Asia Foundation. So we're using their allowances for social responsibility projects, ensuring long-term sustainability, diversifying funding. So these are the 3 main pillars of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation: child safeguarding, education, I spoke about, our academy, and also social inclusion, which we ensure that everyone, regardless of their color, background, religion, gender, they can play the game. So if you, a member or regional association, or hopefully in the future are colleagues from NGOs or any agencies, they want to apply for a program, this is the route that they have to go through. Number 1, we identify a cause. Sometimes back when we had the crisis started in Palestine, I remember our General Secretary asked me to contact Palestine Football Association to see what we could do for them, something impactful but low profile. So we discussed with the Palestinian Football Federation. We had meetings, I remember, in Doha during Asian Cup. The cause was very clear. We needed to help people. So partnership between us and them, objectives, save lives, and the program was designed. So we decided to donate a field hospital, 32-bed, to Palestinian Football Federation so they could use it in Gaza. Once all done, the draft proposal, they sent to AFC. We screened the information, budget, we confirm. Then we send it for approval to the committee first to approve the project, and then to the Dream Asia Foundation to approve the budget. Our executive committee, finally, they ratified the decisions of the committee and the board, implementation, monitoring, and reporting. So this is the process that we have to go through. Sometimes it takes time, but we have to, because we are an organization that we report to our executive committee, our compliance, and all the finances in Dream Asia Foundations overseen and conducted by our finance department in the Asian Football Confederation. So the team that we have, they're dealing with all the payments, they take care of the accounts, and also the auditing is done by the AFC team at the finance department. As I said, 3 pillars, 5 regions we have in the continent. I talk in the next slide as well. We've done projects in more than 15 countries, but this is from 2022. Before that one, we had numerous projects as well, but it was not under the umbrella of Dream Asia Foundation. 7 projects in West, 7 in East, 3 projects in Central Asia, 6 in South Asia, and 2 in ASEAN region. So these are the projects that we have conducted, some of them from Cambodia to Kyrgyz Republic, Mongolia, Bhutan, and many more. This is in Jordan, and this is one of our board meetings last year in Seoul, Republic of Korea. His Royal Highness, the chairperson, Mr. Zawza, and Major General Kiev Samet attended the board meeting. Moving forward, what we could do together. Of course, in the past, we built the base, and what we are aiming in the future, something higher. Vision 2031. We have 31 goals to achieve them by 2031. We have partnered with Football for the Goals, the ROB team, since 2022, encouraged our member and regional association to be part of this movement. Through our Dream Asia Foundation, we are planning to enhance our partnership, build alliances, and of course the impact. As I said in the first slide, football can change lives, and we can act collectively. Right, this is not only about the AFC at the confederation level. Our member association and regional associations also, as I said, they are stepping up. I'll give you a briefing in the next slides about that one. Let's watch a video first.
Football has the power to inspire change. Across Asia, football speaks a language of hope, equality, and opportunity. Football for the goals. The AFC's shared journey begins. AFC member associations and regional associations are already part of the movement. from Thailand to Jordan, from Bhutan to Japan. Leading with purpose and scoring goals that matter. Many more are preparing to join, taking steps towards safer communities, greener stadiums, and more inclusive football. And there is room for more as we welcome every member to be part of this shared vision. Picture all AFC member associations and regional associations united in purpose. And the change we could create together. Be part of the movement. Make football count. Football for the goals.
Right. I mentioned many times we have 47 member association and 5 regional association, in total 52. Today, 33 are member of Football for the Goal. 29 plus 4 regional association. 10, they have already submitted their application. Rob's team, they're working on it. Hopefully they approve them very soon. And as Rob mentioned in his speech, 9 member association, they haven't applied. Some of them, they are here. I hope they apply either later. So, 22nd of November, 22nd of May, I was in New York, forum, Football for the Goal. Thank you, Rob. That time we had 6 member association, 2 regional association, part of Football for the Goal, so 15%. Today, this is the number, correct? Right, and that happened thank you. On 10th of June, we sent a joint letter to member association, Rob from Football for the Goal and the AFC Dream Asia Foundation. And this is the result, the power of football. Right, how Dream Asia Foundation can collaborate with you? Through funding, we could donate, grant, and also co-fund projects. We could assist you with the technical expertise that we have, knowledge sharing, academic center of excellence, and also we could help with advisory, policy and guidance, that's what I was speaking about, Morgan, and of course, collaboration programs. "2031 is a key for AFC. We have 31 goals to achieve by 2031. We hope we can impact more lives across the continent and now beyond. We're working with you, with the agencies, with UN, with non-governmental organizations, with colleagues from NGOs, whether in Asia or beyond. And this is a promise from the AFC Dream Asia Foundation to welcome any partnership. I have 5 minutes from my time. I wanted to introduce you to our Instagram and LinkedIn, AFC Dream Asia Foundation. We would be very happy if you could follow us and share your stories and exchange your views, whether about today or in the future. It would be very important for us to keep contact and discuss our projects, and of course, build alliances. You can come and see us in Kuala Lumpur. We can come and see you wherever you are, and hopefully we can make this world a better place and put our differences on the side and do something good for football and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to take. If not, thank you so much. God bless you, and see you later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wahid, for this insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Nicoletta Fluti, who serves as UEFA Social and Environmental Sustainability Expert, where she leads UEFA's initiatives on child safeguarding. Please join me in welcoming Nicoletta to the stage as she shares her insights on protecting children's rights. Welcome, Nicoletta. Floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Let me start by thanking all the chairperson of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation, of the Asian Football Federation and the Saudi Arabian Federation. And thank you for being here. And thank you for the kind invitation. In Europe, according to the Council of Europe, which is an international organization whose goal is to uphold human rights and the rule of law, 3 out of 5 children faces abuse in sports. Many of them never speak up. I would say the majority of them. And 80% of the abusers come from the circle of trust of these children. So I'm not only referring to relatives, let's say, I'm talking about coaches, team managers, maybe long-term volunteers. These numbers are shocking, and they should keep us awake. They are a clear reminder on how deep, how serious the commitment on child protection in football should be. But safety, it's not only that, it's also building trust. Trust so strong that if a child ever suffers from abuse or see an abuse, feel safe enough to speak. They should know that they can speak up, that the system we put in place will listen to them, will respond, and will take care. But to have this kind of environment, to have this kind of system, the responsibility or the commitment into child and youth protection or child safeguarding must be extremely consistent. The responsibility should be collective, as clearly Wahid was saying just right before my speech. It must be shared by everyone who is involved in football. And it's not limited to those who are actually interacting with children. But it has to be extended to all stakeholders. That's why I'm really thrilled and honored to be today, because to me, this conference and the presence of each one of us, it's already a step, a symbol, a representation of this shared responsibility. It shows that football really has a common, shared, powerful language that can be used to tackle this issue of protecting and empowering children. And it is a topic that evidently transcends borders, cultures, and competitions. As what it was saying, football is not just a sport. It's not just these amazing 90 minutes in the field. It's a global language of hope, of unity, of opportunity as the one that we have today. And when it comes to our younger participants, sports should also, and football should also be a sacred place, a safe place, where children can feel protected, respected, and inspired. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry for that. At UEFA, we try to contribute to this shared language, to this common understanding. How? First of all, by having a comprehensive strategy. Wahid was talking about it. A strategy that, of course, has its roots in the overarching strategy by UEFA, but of course it is more detailed in the sustainability division. The general goal, of course, is to activate, accelerate, collective action and inspire them, trying to face proactively the immediate issues, but also trying to anticipate the future needs. As you can see, the strategy is built around 11 policies represented by 11 jerseys. So 11 players all together in a pitch as a team for the same goal. 7 of them are related to social issues. 4 of them faces environmental challenges. All of them are developed into 5 different areas of action that, of course, are our internal organization, but also the UEFA events, all the finals, for example, that we have. With the UEFA members, our 55 members association, for example. The football ecosystem, for example, today. And of course, society and partnership, as we have, for example, with Football for the Goals. While, as you can see, we have very specific social policies that tackle different and specific issues, all of them embed in a way, a different way to protect children. That's why I would like to mention at least some of the flagship programs or initiatives that can show you the different angles in which they can also contribute to protect children. So first of all, I would like to mention the Outrage initiative. Outrage is an amazing project that tackles discrimination, homophobia, online abuse, and it has a wonderful documentary that features football stars, but also it provides educational training material for children, coaches, staff, but also parents. So all the tools that are mentioned here are available in our website and are free to be used by anyone. We also have accessibility programs. While we had developed accessibility guidance to help sport organizations to build more inclusive infrastructures and stadiums to welcome everyone, and especially, in particular, children. Football for All Abilities, as you may understand, is meant to include children with disabilities as players, but also as fans, and we hope to triple the numbers of players participating in football through the help of our 5 international partners. And also I'd like to mention the Take Care program is actually ongoing. We put in so much energy and we just love this program. I hope you will have time to check it on the platform. It is aimed to equip key figures with tools and knowledge about topics that are super up to date. And in order to help children take in more healthy habits. I'm talking about, for example, physical activity, considering the inactivity and obesity that is spreading all over Europe, for example. I'm talking about nutrition, but also road safety, mental health, digital addiction, and substance abuse. So everyone is welcome to pilot and to try, because all this program has educational sessions and all the material developed with experts that can be used as a ready-to-use programs and tools. This is an example, and of course I choose the child and protection, of how every single policy that the 11 jerseys that you saw before are structured inside our strategy. So we go in detail of each one of them, and each one of them has its own ambition, vision, but then of course on a daily basis, topics, targets, and clear KPIs. To go a little bit more deeper, this is something that is related to the goals that we have, but also some achievements that we were able to reach in the last years. The main ambition is to have zero abuse cases by 2030, but of course it's a daily goal. We establish mandatory child and youth protection policies for each member association, and we try to have a holistic child protection approach, which means to try to embed this policy into all the operation at UEFA, from football operation to sponsorships. One great achievement for us was to have the child and youth protection embedded in the grassroots charter. What does it mean? That if you want to apply for the hat-trick application for grassroots fundings, and I'm not talking about sustainability fundings or grants, but grassroots projects, you can only be able to send your application if you show that you have a child and youth protection policy, if you have a child and youth protection officer appointed, and you demonstrate how these measures are integrated in the everyday activities. And last, we were able to embed child and youth protection into club licensing regulations. So Article 30 states that in order to have the license as a club, you have to have a child and youth protection policy and officer. As Wahid was saying, protection passes through education. So that's why several years ago we developed the first UEFA safeguarding platform together with our partner Terre des Hommes, which is an amazing NGO that is focused on child protection all over the world, but has its own headquarters in Switzerland. Nowadays, and I would say really a few days ago, we published a new platform within the corporate website of UEFA. It's, of course, we had to give up a bit of creativity since it's a corporate site, but we were focusing on content. And this is the way to centralize all the information and to have a more prepared and equipped community of child and youth protection officers, but also anyone who is working with children can actually enter, read, share, and trained. In fact, we have specific online courses, and we hope to translate it in more languages and to also develop new ones. And we published the revised documents, as for example, the Child and Youth Protection Toolkit. It is a step-by-step guidance to help any sport organization in their journey to child and youth protection. It can be adapted into any sport organization and at any level. So it doesn't matter if you are a beginner or you are in a most advanced stage, because the toolkit is really there to help anyone. To go a bit more further, we decided to kind of give some details of another tool that we published, revised in the platform, which is the Child and Youth Protection Event Guideline. This, of course, has been developed to protect children during events, and it helps to protect also all the stakeholders involved, not only children. So, of course, it will set a lot of practical information. It is full of templates and forms that you can actually use as they are. It starts with describing specific roles, responsibilities. As, for example, you can see from the picture, we have chaperones there, rehearsal with the children before a match. But it's not just that. You can see the smile, the attitude. Children stay sometimes with us hours before the final begins. So we need to really understand their needs, to entertain them, to feed them, and to make their experience the happiest possible. Of course, we have to identify all the risks and reporting protocols. For example, in the guideline, you will find a risk assessment checklist that will help any event organizers and chaperones to go through all these single elements, because, for example, if a child participates as player mascots, it will have a meeting point, then he will have to be brought into the changing rooms, he will need the toilets, he will need to be fed, he have to change. So we have to be careful of each single element, not to defend their privacy by having the parental consent from their parents. We need to have the medical information from the families, and we need to have also the rights release for the parents to protect with media. So as you can see, there are a lot of elements included in these guidelines, but all of them can be reunited into what we call preventive and responsive measure. We have to work a lot on prevention, but then we have to be able to respond and to act promptly when any issues arise. That's why we, for example, in the guideline, but also in the toolkit, we'll find a lot of tips on safer recruitment. For example, we need to background check anyone who wants to apply to help us working with children. And we have, for example, a lot of examples of questionnaires and interviews that you can have. We need to protect their privacies, as I said, but also we have to build, together with safety and security, for example, emergency protocols. For example, if a child went missing, we need to know exactly what to do before it happens. And this is something that you can do coordinating with other areas of your organization. Because if it's true that it's important for children that are participate as ball kids or player mascots that are not there with their parents or legal guardians, it can also be true for fans that are together with their families. Just to end this little introduction on how UEFA is tackling child and youth protection, I'd like to remind you some messages. We all know about this content, but I think it's never enough to highlight them. First of all, the fact that we all share the responsibility. Each one of us should act and collaborate. And we have to build a trust and a trustful environment, because we need the families that brings their children to us that can be reassured that we promote football as a trust and safe place. And we have also to empower children. Before I was talking about inclusive environment, but I'm not talking only about inclusion, I'm talking also about empowering. And since we are doing all this for children, we need also the voice of children to be part of this conversation. We need to hear from them so they can become an active stakeholder. And finally, of course, as Wahid said, child and youth protection, child safeguarding is a matter of culture. It's for sure a culture of prevention, but especially a culture of accountability, of education. All that can take us to a football environment that is safe, that protects children, but where children can be happy and flourish. All the resources that I mentioned and many others are available in our website. And also I'd like to share my email in case there are any questions or wish to collaborate in any different level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicoletta. You have reminded us that child safeguarding is not just a policy, but it's a promise that we make to every child that plays the game. Nicoletta, may I ask you to please remain on stage as we open the floor for questions? Yeah, could you come back to stage, please? Just we would like to open the floor for questions. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please raise your hands and our team will pass the mic to you.
But there are questions.
If there are, I think.
But then there must be some questions, otherwise.
Yeah.
But maybe later.
All right, if we don't have any further questions,
Sorry.
thank you very much, Nicoletta. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, football has the power to inspire billions and unite people across cultures and borders. This panel discussion will explore how the United Nations, through its Football for the Goals initiative, harnessed that influence to advocate for sustainable development goals. It will also highlight the vital role of football players and their voices in raising awareness and mobilizing support for projects, including through concrete programs and initiatives that advance sustainable development worldwide. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator and distinguished speakers for our first discussion. Please allow me to introduce our moderator, Mike Pfister, Head of Foundation European Football Clubs, and joining Mike on stage will be Robert Skinner, Acting Director and Chief of Partnerships and Global Engagement in the UN Department of Global Communications, and Michael Sylvester, a former French international footballer who had a successful career with clubs, including Inter Milan, Manchester United, Arsenal, Werder Bremen, and the Portland Timbers. In addition, he is an appointee to the FIFA's Players' Voice panel, contributing to the Global Stand Against Racism initiative. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and esteemed panelists onto the stage for a panel discussion on the powerful role of football to advocate for the SDGs. Please. Mike, the floor is yours.
Mohammed, thank you very much. Also my turn to thank the Dream Asia Foundation and AFC, Sheikh Salman, and also our host, of course, Saudi Arabian Football Federation. Also big mabruk for last night. Of course, also to Qatar, big mabruk, Yalla Shabab. Very much looking forward to, of course, the World Cup. But I also like to make the link to the presentations by Vahid and Nicoletta. I think, Vahid, you provided us with a very inspiring messages of hope. Nicoletta, you reminded us also of the work that we still have to do. A lot of work ahead of us. And one thing that was clear from these two presentations is, of course, that football is more than just a game. And I'll be very biased here to say that you probably wouldn't find two better people to talk about what football can do beyond the pitch than the two, I would say, colleagues I have here with me today. Of course, Michael was just introduced. I'm not going to test his German, but as a German, I'm very proud, of course, that he also played with Werder Bremen. What I'm particularly pleased about is that he's had a very impactful sort of career also off the pitch after his career as a player. So I'm very much looking forward to talking about that transition and the impact he has seen off the pitch and using sort of his influence as a former player, and a very illustrious one, if I may say. Rob, of course, is, I'm not going to reintroduce him, the long UN titles that we all know, but he's Mr. Football for the Goals. We've come a long way. Very pleased to be sharing the stage with these two colleagues, and as I said, fantastic resources for all of you, in fact, also to discuss after this panel. Let's go straight to the meat of the matter. I would like to ask both of you in one sentence to explain to all of us what is sustainable development and what it means. Rob, you got the first go.
All right, that's always a tough one, Mike. But I do like my new title, Mr. Football for the Goals. I'm going to see if I can get that on my business cards. The UN may not go along with that so well, but first I want to congratulate you, Mike, on your new role. It's a relatively new role at European football clubs. Do I have that right? Yeah.
Thank you, Rob.
The
Yes.
new rebrand. So congratulations to you for leading the foundation there. And Mikhail, it's an honor to be sharing the stage with you here. We've gotten to know each other over the last 6 months or so. And as Mike indicated, your commitment to the work off the pitch and to the sustainability is really impressive. And we need folks like you, former players and players, to be part of this movement. So thank you for being so committed to this work. I'm not avoiding the question, by the way.
I was going to remind you.
But let me preface it a little bit with saying that I think in a lot of the conversations with partners, football and beyond, there's always the remark that the SDGs are so complicated. There's 17 of them. How can we manage to work with this agenda, that has all these goals, all these targets? And, it's really a pretty simple agenda in the end. And my answer to the question is the SDGs are a roadmap to make lives better for all people everywhere. So everyone everywhere on a healthy and thriving planet.
Rob, that was, I think, very clear. That's something that everyone can connect with. And if I may just add, in fact, there was an evolution with the Millennium Development Goals, which were the predecessors of the Sustainable Development Goals, to the Sustainable Development Goals for all. And I think that was a real switch, right, in 2015. A very important reminder that it's the goals for all.
No, absolutely. The Millennium Development Goals established in 2000 were kind of created internally at the UN. But I think what was different about the Sustainable Development Goals is the process that led to their adoption by the UN General Assembly in 2015 was a very inclusive process. It brought civil society into the conversation, private sector, academia, the sports community was involved. And so it really created an inclusive agenda that it was meant to be implemented by everyone. And I mean, I just can't thank Vahid enough for the comments he made about football for the goals and Nicoletta, the adoption of the goals by UEFA and others in the football community. I think demonstrates that they are an inclusive roadmap that everyone can engage with and understand. And there's no better mechanism than through sport, and specifically through football, because of the passion that everyone brings to this game that we all love. And if we can connect with people who love football and get them to be interested in sustainability through football, that's a huge victory for us. And that's why we're so appreciative from the UN side of the commitment that we've seen from the football community.
Mikhail, as you can tell, you have someone from the UN on stage. He will not stick to one sentence.
Well, you asked the follow-up.
Mikhail, in one sentence, what does sustainable development mean for you and to you?
In one sentence, all right. So I think for me, it's about making our world a better place. I'm about to reach 50 years old. I retired 10 years ago. And I think those goals, every one of them, talk to me deeply. And I think we all have a role to play. So for me as a former player, like Rob said, I'm super excited to be part of the movement and to fight for evolution and make a positive impact.
Thanks a lot, Mikhail, also for your discipline. But now you get a bonus. Given your experience, obviously on the pitch, but now also off the pitch, fighting the right fight, what would you say are the 2-3 sort of areas of sustainable development where football can really have an impact?
It's really difficult to select because I think they are all super important. But as a former player and given the opportunity for me to have an impact on the pitch, I've joined two of those really, which is the fight against racism through the FIFA newly newly appointed players voice panel since August. And the other one is the work for climate change through an NGO, non-profit organization based in France. So those two are for me at the moment something that I am very passionate about. But you know, if I go back into my time at Manchester United, the club was deeply working and closely working with the UNICEF. And that's when really I took my role as a player outside of the pitch, where I could have an impact, you know, and I think we touched a lot of lives when we are playing, but I think our legacy after playing is also as important. And for me, so those three areas are the ones that I've been focusing on, and maybe there will be more because we're meeting so many people in this room, and it's glad to be invited to such a big conference.
No, I agree that hopefully this discussion here will trigger ideas. I think Vahid was talking about the road ahead. Hopefully this discussion will, you know, plow some seeds, you know, for some growth ahead. Maybe if I may, you know, make the link to, and of course, you know, coming from European football clubs, we're also confronted with a very dynamic and dense calendar for professional players today. How can we reconcile that very busy schedule and load of work that you have to do as a professional football player at the highest level with, I would say, a responsibility to contribute beyond the pitch? How do you, as a player, you mentioned that you've done some of that as a player already. How do you manage? What is the tip that you would give to other players?
I think right now our responsibility is really to listen to the players who are currently playing, because I was part of many discussions with coaches, with former players. But if you listen, like recently, Rafael Varane, ex-Real Madrid and French international who won the World Cup with France, was very vocal about the workload. And not only the work, it's also mental stress that is impacting the players. The women's game also is now being super heavy on what the players have to face. We see them having a lot of issues with cruciate ligament, you know, injuries, which is very important for them, more than the men's. So there is a lot of question mark, and we need to listen to these players, to take time to have this conversation. I know it's difficult because of, especially when you play at the top level, you play for your national team, you play for your club, and you have a national competition, international competition. It's one season after another, but we've got to take time and give them the opportunity to express themselves and listen to what they need, whether it's physical or mental, and social as well.
I think you brought up a fantastic point, which is also the mental health aspect, which is often not taken into account, right? We see the physical side of the game, but the mental side of the game is very important. That is something that translates, I think, also very nicely into the child protection and child safeguarding element, particularly, again, you know, also talking from a European perspective, where integration of children from all cultures is, it is a challenge, but it's also a very noble cause, because we do see the benefits of that, but mental health aspect of the integration is very important. Now, I don't know, Rob, how does that, hearing from Michael, you know, these very practical points, how does it resonate with you as you look at football as an advocate for the SDGs?
No, thank you. And I think Michael's points are right on. You know, and first on the mental health issue, that's very much a part of the SDGs and in the health goals. I mean, mental health, I think we're all coming to recognize to a greater extent the importance of that as it impacts the health overall. But the one thing from Football for the Goals, the one thing that, you know, having worked in partnerships for many years at the UN and before being at the UN, you know, I think that we all need to recognize from the UN side is that, you know, all of your business, your first order of business, and as a player, Michael, your first order of business as a player, football is your business, right? That's what you're doing, and the on-the-pitch results matter, and that's what matters the most. But if you can embed sustainability and sustainable practices into the business models, they just become part of what you do naturally. And I think we're seeing that more and more, moving away from sort of the traditional corporate social responsibility model to actually embedding the sustainable practices into the business of the confederation, member associations, the club level, and seeing that across the board, across the entire football ecosystem. And I think that's demonstrated by the kind of conversations that I know are taking place on the sidelines here between the NGOs that are here and AFC and the Dream Asia Foundation. It's clear that the effort is to make it part of the DNA of football with the organizations that we're working with at Football for the Goals. And that's what, from the Football for the Goals side, that's what we're trying to do, is make this easier. We operate as a secretariat from New York at UN headquarters, but we're trying to create the connections and links that make it easier to do that, to make sustainability part of the business by making links in being sort of a central area with our now over roughly 440 members from the 6 regional confederations down to grassroots NGOs to help make those links. So it's a simplified connection. We vet and make sure everyone that is part of Football for the Goals is a legitimate organization and has no issues behind it, so that the members can link. Those that have sort of the resource to be able to drive the change on the ground and support the grassroots efforts, and from those grassroots organizations that, let's be honest, I mean, you're all trying to get the results on the pitch. You may not have the opportunity to know everyone everywhere with these organizations that want to use football to drive change in their communities. And so, the idea that we can be supportive in that is our reason, for being, really, to make this change easier. And I know that it's not just about us in the Secretariat, it's the NGOs, but it's also our UN colleagues around the world. I mean, you'll hear from Stephen from UNHCR a little bit later, but Football for the Goals is a UN system-wide effort. As I said, we're at the Secretariat in New York at the UN, the UN headquarters, but we're everywhere. I mean, and our folks, the true heroes of the UN, are out there delivering on the ground with the NGOs, and that's who can really be supportive about driving the change at country and local level, which is where the SDGs are going to be achieved. We have this broad global agenda, again, that it was established in 2015, but we know the change comes at the community level, and that's where the best lessons are learned.
Maybe just a quick follow-up. You mentioned the over 400 members of Football for the Goals, very diverse group. And we see it also in football. The big members association have resources available. They've got staff available. They can hire the best consultants and help to drive that change in the business model. What about the smaller ones who struggle in terms of resourcing, competing sort of priorities? Is there 1 or 2 tips that you would have for the smaller associations that have some of the same aspirations as the big ones, but not the same starting position? What would you say to them?
Yeah, the change can be driven through partnerships. I mean, the change is not always about money. It's about commitment and working with those around you that can help make that change. And there are organizations everywhere doing great work, many of them in this room. So I would say, take advantage of the networks that get created at events like this. And again, I can't express enough appreciation of having a full day on sustainability issues and, the child protection issues, all the SDG issues. It really is amazing to dedicate that day here to this. And I, again, credit AFC for doing it. But the relationships that can be built in spaces like this can really drive results on the ground, and explore and use the networks that exist in country. And I continue to say that, as I said, we're working with our country teams around the world. We're working with the entire UN system, to connect all of you that are working in football to those people that are doing the sustainability work on the ground, because that's what we do. That's what the UN does, and with the power of football behind it, it can all be amplified to such a degree that the impact can be, magnified by multiple times.
Mikael, we've been talking a little bit about the things you can do, but also we touched on the challenges a little bit. Now, what are some of the challenges that you have seen from a very practical perspective in implementing or driving sustainable development in the football industry? If you could share some of your, some of your experiences that you've seen, but maybe even some ideas on how to overcome these challenges.
Yeah, I think the main one would be everybody's agendas, especially at the professional level, because you are within an ecosystem. You are driven by the result, and you can only go as far as your result go, and your resources as well. So there is some limitation also because you have partners, you have sponsors, and it's something that you on a daily basis players have commitment, toward the sponsors. The money is coming from TV rights, which is coming from advertisement, So to squeeze social engagement within the club it's challenging. But I think what you need to realize is that many players have their own foundation, their own charities. They support it, but we don't see it on the front page of the newspapers. But I would encourage you to reach out to the players, former players, active players who can join you in your partnership. You were asking Rob about the limitation of maybe the smaller association, but I'm sure there are women's and men's players from the top national team that would be keen to join those activities and become advocate, and influence everybody in the ecosystem to join the fight and maybe bring more resources. I think the willingness of players is underestimated, and I would encourage you to link with them, to engage a conversation, and to create partnerships.
If I may, you mentioned players as a resource to inform what members associations at national level can do. What would you say are, again, looking back at when you were a player on the pitch, the one or two values that you brought onto the pitch that you would say, these are the ones that I see today in my post-career world as very important and something that could also help national associations in their own strategies? There's one or two principles or values that you had as a player.
Simply the togetherness, whether you play at the grassroots level or you play at the professional level, you have maybe 10, 15 different nationalities in the dressing room. So you have to break barriers. You have to embrace other faith. You have to respect your teammates, their thinking, their culture, their religion, the way they live. And I think in football, it's ever present, and you're only going to get results if you give your teammate a chance. We are all competitors. Now you have groups of 25 players fighting for 11 seats, the starting 11. But at the end of the day, if you want to get the result, you need an harmony into the dressing room. So these are the core values that made my time, I had a successful career, whether it was national team or for Manchester United, for example.
Where you had over 340 caps for Manchester United, 5 Premier League titles, Champions League. So we need to take your words because that it carries its weight. And I don't know, Rob, hearing that, what else can the UN do to promote the SDGs and the link with football? So turning it around a little bit, putting the responsibility back on you also.
Thanks, Mike. No, I want to respond to that a little bit first with Michael's remarks, because I'm a sports guy as well. My whole life has been around sports, playing sports. Where I grew up, not so much football. We would describe it as American football, I guess, a little bit of that. But the thing I've always believed in is athletes, coaches, the sporting community is incredibly competitive. We're competing with each other all the time, and that makes us stronger and better. But what I like to think about is in the sustainability effort, we have to not be competitive. We have to work together. We have to make the sustainability space what I learned a term from someone from Nike years ago, make it a pre-competitive space. Compete like crazy on the pitch, whether it's at club level, national team level, whatever. You're going to win. You want to win. That's the measure of success. I know that. We know that at the UN. But let's make the sustainability space something that we can all work on together and not compete about it, and find the partners that may already be working on the issues you care about and collaborate and work together. And it was just so great to hear you talking about, in the locker room, you've got all these people from different backgrounds, but you have to find a way to make it work if you're going to be successful on the pitch. And I feel like that's the same idea that we have to bring together to win, this fight, to create a sustainable world for people and planet, leaving no one behind, all the slogans we use at the UN. But I think what we at the UN want to do, again, is sort of simplify the ability to get that done, right? To make sure that our organizations, and I think we've heard a couple times from myself and in earlier comments, the world's a challenging place right now. The UN is a challenged place right now, given some of the issues we're dealing with. But the current president of the General Assembly came up with a very simple slogan, better together. And I think that's something we can all live by, that we will be better if we're all working at this together. And our ambition as the United Nations, established in 1945 as the convener of the countries of the world, a massive expansion, from the original number to the 193 we have as member states of the UN right now. I know that within the football community there are more than that. I won't try and get the number correct on that, but we bring the world together, and football brings the world together, and so we can work together, and we can make it from the Football for the Goals community, but from all my colleagues around the world that also work with football, because all of our agencies, funds, and programs that are around the UN have established partnerships and relationships with the football community. We can just continue to collaborate and be the connective tissue that makes the sustainability effort, the sustainability journey for football easier, and that's what I think we need to continue to be doing at the UN. Sorry, I got carried away with those earlier comments, but I think I got around to the question eventually, right?
No, you actually, in fact, I really like the better together, because in fact that's a natural link to what Michael was saying earlier in terms of the realities in the dressing room as well. So I think fantastic link. I would like to just check if there's any questions from the floor to engage with, of course, our two colleagues, including myself. So if there's any questions from the floor, please, this is your moment. I was telling my colleagues before that this is a very disciplined group. So you actually probably get a lot of questions over coffee or lunch. So be ready for that. You're not off the hook yet. I will actually take over the role of moderator as a privilege to ask one or two more questions while keeping an eye out for hands that go up. Maybe a quick question to you, Michael. What has been the biggest moment of fair play that you've seen on the pitch? Hopefully there was one.
Maybe one of your moments.
No, I think we take it for granted, but during games, when one player goes on the floor, most of the time, you would hope that the opposite team throw the ball outside and the game stops. We've been encouraged sometimes to keep on going, keep on playing, but I think this is a beautiful act during a game of football. We compete for the same thing, but at the end of the day, we are all human beings, and we need to work together to be civilized, and just to kick the ball out and give the opposition a rest, you're your opponent of the moment needs to be taken care of by the medical staff. I think this is one of the most beautiful part of the game.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but in football, and as I would say also in industry, you're only as strong as your competitor. So if your competitor is down or is weak, your performance will naturally also be weaker. So the stronger your competitor, the stronger you will be. And obviously you have the altruistic element of making sure that the member of the team that you're playing with is not hurt, but you also want them to play with 11 men or women, so that you can have a fair game and you win fairly, which will make the victory even much more glorious to you.
Absolutely.
Rob, taking this to the diplomatic circles, what was the fairest moment you have seen lately on the diplomatic floor?
The fairest moment I've seen on the diplomatic floor. Well, I would say, at the most recent General Assembly 3 or so weeks ago in October, there was a lot of attention on that high-level week at the General Assembly. And I think there's a lot of concern, for the United Nations and given, the conflicts around the world that were the main topic of discussion. But I don't ever point to one moment at the United Nations in the diplomatic community there, really. But what makes me proud to work at the United Nations and be part of that community is the fact that particularly this happens during the high-level week, but it happens year-round with the ambassadors and the permanent representatives that represent their nations at the United Nations, is the camaraderie that develops between them when you think that they would have nothing but differences. Their governments in their nations may be in conflict in some way or another, whether it's actual conflict or whether it's trade or it's some diplomatic issue. But what I see every day at the United Nations, and it's the same as I referenced here earlier, being in the same room, being face to face, having conversations, seeing each other as people, not just representatives of such and such government, is what makes the UN, the United Nations, so valuable, because the diplomats spend literally hours and hours and hours negotiating together, meeting together, trying to resolve issues. And just by spending that time in person together, they naturally begin to see each other as people. And I think that is what diplomacy is all about. And that's what sort of the being together in this room and bringing the football community together in different venues is all about too, as we try and really make the world a better place, for everyone, everywhere, as I started with.
Fantastic. I see my good friend Tete from Mizoram has a question. Please. Do you have a microphone for? Yogesh has it. He's a man who likes to take charge.
Hello. Yeah. It's a very quiet room, so, I would like to ask one question before I do that. I think I have to introduce Michael as someone who played in Asia before. In the introduction, it was mentioned his French background, the Manchester United and the Arsenals, but he played in India too. Indian Super League for Chennai. He played 14 matches, scoring 1 goal. My question to him is that he was mentioning about the mental stress and the kind of matches being played by the professionals these days. But my question is that, is it something to do with the kind of finances, the kind of money which they're earning as well? Is there any connection between the two, not only about the mental stress? Because, they've been paid for all this. How far is the connection, true between the finances and the matches being played by the players, the professional players in modern days? Thank you.
Good question for you. I'm glad you're getting it.
Good question. I think, players, whether women's or men's, they are under contract, so they obey to the calendars. They have no say. The players' union are trying to fight it because the number of games have increased, and also we have to look at the intensity of the game. Now it looks like it's more fast. It's a faster game. It's more intense. The type of football that is played looks like it's much more. Even if I retired 10 years ago, I feel like I was under a lot of stress. By the way, in India, I played 17 games in 3 months at the age of 36, 37, so I was under a lot of stress. But I love the game so much, and you push your barrier, physical, mental, because you love the game so much. But at some point, players break, for sure. They break, and it was taboo to talk about it. A real taboo. So now we hear more stories, and players are more inclined to talk about it, to express themselves, their feelings, because they are human beings. We know that the money in the game has increased for the big pool of the World Cup, the Champions League, whether it's in Asia or in Europe or wherever, it's much bigger. Players are earning more, but trust me, the level of stress is super high, and money doesn't make you immune to the stress, to the fatigue, to breaking down. So it's something that needs to be taken care of, and we need to continue and evolve in this way of listening to the players. It's super important.
I think, Tete, you hit a very sensitive topic, which is very present today, of course, as match calendars become more and more packed, as the commercial might of football increases. Where do we find the balance, and where's the proportion? It's a proportionality, the proportionality right. I think we have a bit of extra time before lunch. Maybe just a follow-up question. Hey, Winston, please. There's a might come to you.
Okay, just for fair play, because the question was asked of the Mikel as a player. So my question is to Robert. Football has used AI for football goals. All right, how does UN utilize AI to deliver your SDG goals? And what is your recommendation for football to use AI for SDG goals?
Yeah, thank you. And the AI question is a challenging one, I think, for all of us. And to be honest, from the United Nations side, we're still exploring how we can best use the AI tools, to better deliver. I think we're experimenting with the analysis of the results we're getting from AI as we look at progress on the SDGs, as we get the statistics in and we analyze them. But a little bit of the challenge for us at the United Nations using AI tools, we're also exploring how we can save resources in terms of the translation that we do, because we have to translate all our documents and everything we do into at least the 6 official UN languages. But because we have to use such precise language, because of the UN resolutions and the UN diplomatic issues we face, we're finding that in some cases, because that language is so specific and nuanced, and it's very diplomatic language and sometimes a bit complicated, that the AI tools are not quite there yet to provide the translation like the interpreters and translators are, because believe me, when we mess up a translation from the UN, the member states let us know it very quickly if it's not appropriate to the languages they thought they negotiated to be. So I don't have a great answer on where it's going to go, but we have the Secretary General has established a sort of a task force or working group to look at it, that not just to look at how the UN will use the artificial intelligence tools, but the impacts on society. I think we're all trying to work through what could be an incredibly powerful tool to advance the SDGs and advance humanity through science and in other fields. But we're also seeing a lot of risks involved with it as well, particularly as the tools are used for sort of negative purposes and things like the the deep fake videos and things like that sort of infect politics and other issues. So it's a challenging space, and we're trying to explore the best ways that we'll deal with it at the UN, and working with experts in the field to figure out how to best advance and use it for positive good. Thanks. It's a great question and a really important question.
No, thank you, Winston, for that question as well. Thank you for Tete and Winston from Broken the Ice. There is a question.
Hi, Rob. This question is for you. I come from Nepal. I'm here as a child safeguarding officer representing Nepal. I see now with this in this conference, I see there is possibility working for football, and there are a lot of possibilities that we get support, especially the financial support, within the football fraternity. Linking it back, before I came here, I did drop down a proposal to the Global Sports Impact Fund, thinking that I had no idea about all these things before I did that. And I feel that, are we in a position to make those applications individually as ANFA, All Nepal Football Association? Or do we have to go approach via AFC Dream Asia Foundation to get there?
No, I think, did you mention some sort of a fund that you were applying to, or?
Yes, I just did apply for this GSIF Sports Impact Fund, Global Fund. That also links with the Sustainable Development Goals and how we could integrate football into achieving those goals. But now with this conference, I see that these are already there within football. So, what best approach that you would suggest me if I have to?
How to best use the resources that we now have available in order to support, like the Nepal Football Association.
In terms of the fund, the Football for the Goals, we don't have a fund, but so I'm not exactly sure what that would have been that you applied for. But in terms of applying and being part of Football for the Goals, I mean, there is of course the route through AFC, which, as we've discussed, has been such an active confederation to be part of this, but we work with all of the members on an individual basis, and any connections can be made through us. I mean, we would like to be that resource that can connect you to the community that is the Football for the Goals community, and we do hold virtual convenings on a regular basis to help make those connections possible. I have to say that we're looking at different times to be able to hold our convenings, because it's been when we do them in the morning, New York time, it's difficult for Asia, for this community to join. So we're going to start looking at different times so that the AFC membership and those from this region can better participate. And those are the connects you can make. So if you've joined Football for the Goals, and I know that your association has, then be in touch with us through the Football for the Goals email address that you would have received. And all of you that have joined Football for the Goals should have received all the contact information to be in regular touch with us, to be able to access our resources, the communications resources, but also the resources that are part of the network to be able to do that. So it's really whatever channel would work best for you, whether it's up through the Confederation, but we're also working directly with every member of the Football for the Goals community.
Also,
I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. And also, is it, do we really qualify to apply or approach Football for the Goals directly? Because I did talk with UNICEF, and the answer I got was, you come through the government level, not through my organization.
The only requirement to become Football for the Goals members is that your organization has to be driving sustainable development through football. A lot of the membership, the NGOs and other organizations that are part of it are not linked to government. I don't want to speak to what internally any rules might be, but for us at the UN and through Football for the Goals, we consider the applications based on what the organization is doing and the fact that it should be driving sustainability through the game, through football.
This makes it clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're up on time, but I would really, maybe there's one more question, is it? Maybe we'll take the last one before we break.
Hi, I'm Fatima from South Asian Football Federation. So a question to both of you actually, because the question focuses on safeguarding in a way. One of the biggest challenges that I personally faced in terms of safeguarding is letting the players know, especially the younger players, that the thing that they think is an opportunity is also their right, and there's a huge gap in between. So while we are working for their rights to play or their right to be safe while they play, they considered that this playing is an opportunity for them, and no matter what abuse they go through, no matter what mental pressure they go through, they have to take it because otherwise this opportunity will be taken away from them. So what are we doing to bridge that particular gap? That telling them that this might be an opportunity, but this is an opportunity that you've earned. Because this is a perspective that we still have a huge gap in. They still struggle. They still are scared of speaking up when it comes to, this is something that's taking a huge toll on me, I want to speak up, but if I do, my football will be over. So what do we do there?
Yeah. How far can you go in terms of taking abuse before you speak up? Because the price, the consequence may be losing access to the game. So maybe from your own experience, Mikael, how would you respond to that challenge, which is actually real? How much can you take as a player?
Well, it's a challenging question. So you have your inner circle, your family, who you talk to. Then within the club, you should have someone you would be able to speak to. If not, the players' union is the next step. Of course, not every country is of well-organized players' union organization. But other than that, you can go directly on the link of the UN or the FIFA or the AFC and complain and speak to someone. I think it's not perfect, but it's much better than what it was. But in terms of personal engagement and to take abuse, you should say no straight away. And I think the players need to be aware. So we need to raise awareness that abuse are not part of the game at all whatsoever. It's a straight no, and they need to be aware of it.
I think that was a very powerful answer. You really hit the point home. I encourage you also to have a discussion with Nicoletta from UEFA, who will be able to give you some practical tips from, of course, Nicoletta's own experience in the field. I don't know, Rob, if you wanted to add a point to that.
No, I think Mikael hit it right on. I mean, you have to create an environment where individual players, and this is not just an issue for football, it's a societal issue, in terms of reporting and feeling comfortable enough to report abuse. So it's just creating an environment where that the individuals can feel comfortable to be able to report these situations.
I would really like to thank Rob for having been really, I would say really at the origin, the genesis. You're the genesis of Football for the Goals. So, Mr. Football for the Goals, thank you very much. Mikael, thank you so much for continuing to fight the right fight, particularly on anti-racism and fighting climate change. Two very important topics today that will remain with us for a long, long time. Thank you so much for that. Looking forward to further interaction. To Wahid and his team of the Dream Asia Foundation, at the working level, thank you so much for everything that you're doing in terms of promoting this agenda and promoting real change within the Asian football family. Mohammed, thank you very much, and thank you to all of you also for the great questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike, and our dear panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to have a break, and we kindly ask everyone to return back to the hall at 12 p.m. so we can continue with our next part of the program. Thank you very much.
Dear guests, we kindly invite all participants to proceed to the conference hall and be seated. The session will begin shortly. Thank you for being with us and for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will begin shortly. Kindly make your way back to the hall. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will begin shortly. Kindly make your way back to the hall, please. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Around the world, millions of children play football every day. In schools, academies, clubs, and community fields. And with that comes responsibility to ensure that football remains a space where every child feels safe, respected, and protected. This panel brings together leading voices in the field, experts who are not only shaping policy, but implementing solutions on the ground. They will share insights on building effective safeguarding systems, creating cultures of accountability, and ensuring that child protection is embedded in every aspect of our football ecosystem. Please allow me to introduce our moderator, Mr. Morgan Lander, who since 2021 has partnered with the AFC to strengthen safeguarding practices across football. And joining Morgan will be Ms. Marie-Laure Lemoneur, the head of safeguarding and child protection at FIFA, Ms. Sarah Mukuna, director member associations at CAF, who leads the CAF African School Program and directs CAF's capacity building initiatives. Also a member of the executive board of the Advisory Foundation in support of Football for the Goals. Next, we have Mr. Nguyen Huan Phuong, Director of Football for All Vietnam, and my colleague, Ms. Irene Rosario, the Safeguarding Lead at the AFC. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and esteemed panelists to the stage for a panel discussion on child safeguarding and youth empowerment. Morgan, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. I just want to say first off, a bit of a different activity. If you're a current safeguarding officer on behalf of your member association, are you able to stand up for me? So as you can see, we've got dozens of people here today who do the groundwork, the legwork of safeguarding children in football. And I just want to say to you, thank you so much both for the work that you do, as well as being here today. Safeguarding children, absolutely. I can tell you that in my career of 25 years involved in child protection and safeguarding, it is often a hard sell to be able to get an organisation to understand the value and benefit of protecting children. And I think what the AFC Dream Foundation are doing, Vahid and the team, as well as Football for Goals, I think it's just outstanding. And I can tell you, in my career, I've never seen anything like this today. It's often a small part of an agenda. It can sometimes be an add-on or a bit of a feel-good concept within an organisation or a sport. And for the AFC Dream Foundation to put this on today and for us to be able to talk about it as passionate people in relation to safeguarding, it's just brilliant. Secondly, the UN, if you don't know, the UN is the oracle for child safeguarding. For more than 60 years, they put forward an agenda and a legal basis to protect children around the world. And I was just reflecting this morning in the discussion that my 5-year-old recently graduated from childcare and early education through to the schooling system. And I remember for 4 years seeing the UN Charter for Rights of Children in the foyer of that childcare centre and talking to the staff and saying, it's a really important document in the work that we do in regard to safeguarding, both in sport and in a broader context. And I was asking the owner why they had the charter up there for the rights of children. And they simply said, because children are our core business, and everything we do should focus on the rights of those children, both from an empowerment point of view, but also from a safety point of view. What the Dream Foundation are doing in collaboration with Football for the Goals is exactly that. You're putting children in football, and as we all know, and most of us on the panel have either played or are extremely passionate about football, as most of the people in the room are, putting children first in the context of their rights within football is only going to lead to the future generations of football understanding that they need to pass on and carry that baton in regard to protecting children. And if you're a child safeguarding officer in the audience and you're occasionally having those battles that we have internally where people, they don't fight you in regard to recognising the rights of children, but they do put forward arguments as to why do we do this, and you know, this is a lot of work, or we have to change culture, we have to train everyone. They're the exact reasons why you're doing the work that you do. So I just wanted to acknowledge the people in the room who are involved in safeguarding. It's brilliant work that you do. All right, our panel. We're all passionate about protecting children. Being on a stage this large with photos that big is not something that we're overly comfortable with normally. So I want to acknowledge everyone here who's going to talk today. We're going to be casual and relaxed. Mike, you set an extraordinary bar, very, very high for moderating, so it's tough to follow that, as well as the previous panel as well. So the questions are going to be free-flowing. We're going to absolutely have questions from the audience, and I know there are some safeguarding colleagues here in the room who have already posed questions to me, and I'd love to hear that from the audience as well. First off, I'm just going to ask each of the panelists if you could just explain your role and the current activities or programs that your organisation is doing to safeguard children and youth empowerment. Marie.
Thank you. My name is Marie-Laure, Mary, if it's easier for you. I'm the head of the Safeguarding and Child Protection Department at FIFA. But before I start explaining the programs that we run under the scope of our department, I'd like to, because I'm a FIFA representative, I have to congratulate Saudi Arabia and Qatar for qualifying for the 26th World Cup. So the programs in our department, we have 4 programs, main ones. The first one is safeguarding in competition. When I use the term competition, I mean FIFA competitions. So we started roughly 5 years ago deploying safeguarding operations in FIFA competitions, gradually learning and slowly, making mistakes, and I think now we are a good place. Of course, we always have a lot to learn. Then we have another program to support the work of our member associations, 211 member associations. We call it, it's a policy and educational program. We provide guidance to member associations who wish to develop policies, procedures, etc. Under this program, we have a diploma called the FIFA Guardians Safeguarding in Football Diploma. That was launched almost 5 years ago, and I'm happy to say that in the room we have more or less 25 graduates or current learners of this diploma, and kudos to those learners because they are the ones, as you said, who are fighting the battle on a daily basis on the ground. And also, perhaps of importance is that the diploma exists in French, Spanish, English, but now it will be launched in Arabic next month. We will have it in Arabic and in Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese. We have a third program, which is essentially consists of providing or coordinating the care provision to victims and whistleblowers who are involved in cases before FIFA ethics or our judicial bodies. So we are not a care provider, but we do coordinate the service provision when those victims or whistleblowers are in need of assistance, safe refuge, some counseling, etc., relocation, etc. So we do have a package. And additionally, we also follow up with member associations when we do receive reports of incidents, of poor practice, etc. That doesn't mean meet the criminal threshold. So this is the aspect of the response side of safeguarding. And finally, we do work with our colleagues across FIFA in the different departments to embed safeguarding standards in their own operations. Because we are a small department, only 4 of us, and of course we rely on them to also adopt a safeguarding culture. through their own operations. We do that with women's football division, for example, with some of you might be aware of the TDS program, the talent detection scheme run by the leadership of Mr. Arsene Wenger. And this is the biggest talent detection program in the world in sports. So of course they work with children detecting talent from 12 to 17 years old. For us, from a safeguarding perspective, it's a highly vulnerable environment. So we're working with our colleagues. We've been talking to them to let them know that the safeguarding angle of their work is important. And they ended up, as a result of this engagement with them, they ended up appointing a TDS dedicated safeguarding officer. So the TDS officer is within our department, but only looking at the operation, at the technical program. And I'd like just to wrap up saying that our programs are designed basically to make a systemic or sustainable impact. We work with the actors of the system to create a systemic change. I think this is very important in the ecosystem of football. And finally, I know we're discussing child safeguarding, but what we learned from our practice is that at the beginning we focused on child safeguarding, but we evolved. We very quickly realized that we needed to protect everyone basically in football, beyond children. And of course we have a specific focus on children, but we realized that the women's football, women game is growing. We hear of incidents, women football players, but also female referees. We have young elite athletes who are being harmed. So basically the scope of our department is to protect everyone with a specific focus on some subgroups.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you, Morgan. I want to start off by thanking the AFC Dream Asian Foundation for inviting the Confederation of African Football that I'm representing here today. And we said before, football is more than just a game. And I think when we are talking about the power of football, it's important to have Africa as part of the conversation, because we have numerous examples from the continent to showcase the power of football and what we can bring with the beautiful game that we all love in order to change societies. And I think at CAF level, we realized that responsibility. And in 2021, under the leadership of the CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, he launched the CAF African Schools Football Championship, which is today, I would say, the biggest schools competition on the continent. We have, since 2021, reached 1.9 million children, 82 schools, and what we are giving those kids, it's an under 15 tournament, we are giving them a platform to showcase their talent, to express themselves. And what we quickly realized in our first year is that we have also responsibility to safeguard them, to give them an environment where they can be secured and express themselves safely. So with that having said, we have organized, implemented into that competition, championship safeguarding workshops. So on the sideline of these competitions, we are running safeguarding workshops for PE teachers, but also safeguarding workshop for the participating team. We went then beyond that because we realized we are giving them a platform to express themselves, but we are not protecting them from potential harm that can happen when we are no longer around. So what we launched 2 years ago is a Protect the Dream campaign, where we are essentially giving our youth, the under 15 boys and girls, tools to pursue their dream of becoming a football player or maybe administrator, referee, with confidence. What does that mean? We're running several workshops on media awareness, digitalization, media awareness, health, wellness, but one particular point that is very close and also close to the reality of Africa is players trafficking and the risk and the prevention of players trafficking. Because you can imagine a 50-year-old boy that dreams of playing football at the highest level and that have talent, comes maybe from a powerful poverty background, if there's an agent offering him the dream to play in Europe or to play in Asia or to play in the United States, the checks and balances are not always respected. So I think what we as the Confederation of African Football quickly realized with the African Schools Football Championship is to educate our boys and girls on the continent that there are risks on the other side. Yes, we want them all to go and have a beautiful career, but we have a responsibility also to educate them, to educate not only the players, but also the parents and their communities. So there are a lot of other activities we are doing, and I think we will speak about it, but I think for me, these two are really speaking to the core of child safeguarding and how football can ensure that we keep our boys and girls safe.
Thank you so much. I've got so many questions that coming out of that. So fantastic. Phong.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're still there, right? All right, thank you. Lunch in Vietnam supposed to serve 20 minutes ago, meaning we are sleeping right now, and I'm very happy seeing that you're still there fast. Thank you. Yes, today is a very important day for me and for us. Now, first of all, today marks exactly 1 year. Today we joined UN Football for the Goal. So happy birthday to us, right? The second reason which I say today is very important. It is because we are very happy sitting here today discussing the actual UN Football for the Goal. We are here to discussing safeguarding. So very important. Thank you very much to AFC Dream Asia Foundation for inviting us, for having us here talking about very important issue which have been a very crucial part of how can we mobilize children, and especially parents, to say yes for their children to be on the pitch, playing football, especially the girl. Now, myself, I actually play several different roles, which I think give me a good understanding, and at the same time, you know, how to look at things, and especially how to implement that through Football 4 in Vietnam. I'm a member of Vietnam Football Grassroots Committee. I'm a member of the membership committee of Common Goal, which Vladimir is here. I'm also representing different provincial football federations in Vietnam. There are 34 different provinces, and I be in some of those provincial football federations. And last but not least, as you have seen, I'm director of Football 4 in Vietnam, which is an initiative initiated by the Football Association of Norway and Vietnam Football Federation since 2001. Now, what we did and what we have been doing and what we are doing throughout the year, we have tried our best to mobilize girls and boys to be on the pitch, play football for physical development. But at the same time, we use football for the second, which is very important pillar within the program, life skill training, in which child safeguarding have been a crucial area of our work since not the beginning, but few years after that. So what we have done throughout the year was setting up football clubs in school for boys and girls to play football, and then we will then, based on actual need in each area, to identify the area of life skills that is needed to train them. Now, together with that, making sure they understand their right so that they can protect themselves is very important. In regard to safeguarding, we have done a few different things. Now, first of all, on very ground level, we have trained children, that I said, we train coaches, we train life skill facilitator, and especially we involve parents, we involve local community in the football club board, in the activity itself, so they understand. And then they join force with not just only us, but community leaders, with different stakeholders in the actual protection of children on the ground and making sure they feel safe to come. Now, on a little higher level, which is on provincial level, we work with Department of Education and Training, we work with Department of Culture, Sport and Tourism, we work with child protection stakeholder in the province, making sure that the teachers are trained, making sure that the different measurements are in place to protect the children. Now on national level, what we have been doing was really to get the good example on the ground, to advocate it up for policy development, for guideline development, when it comes to safeguarding. So luckily, Football 4 in Vietnam have been selected by Ministry of Education and Training and Vietnam Football Federation for replication all over Vietnam in 2015, in which the element of non-competitive, the element of equal participation of girls and boys, the element of safeguarding of child protection have been part of our replication since then, together with partners on all different levels. Now, we have also honor to be awarded different awards from, for example, AFC Dream Asia award, the best grassroots award last year also from AFC, and that have been very, very important for our work, especially in the actual underlying safeguarding for children when they join non-competitive activity on the ground. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Irene, at an AFC level, your role and the work that the AFC is doing.
Thanks, Morgan. First of all, I would just like to say that it's a great honor to be a part of this panel, hearing all the great insights that was shared earlier. I think I'm going to take some inspiration, if you don't mind. So I would just like to start with AFC's child safeguarding journey. It was not an easy fit. I wasn't part of the starting, but I'm glad to say that I'm somewhere in the middle of AFC's child safeguarding journey. We came a long way. We started in 2022, and I feel like our work has just begun on child safeguarding. We just touched it, I think. We still have yet many, many goals to achieve. This is just the start of it. We have been doing our due diligence in AFC for child safeguarding. And I feel like one of the main focus areas we pride ourselves on is education. I can't stress that enough, because for me, child safeguarding was not really something, I was in before my previous roles. So when I first came to child safeguarding, I had to educate myself, because child safeguarding is not just a word. Like, I'm sure everyone in this room understands what it means, but I don't think we all know how far child safeguarding, the terminology, actually means. There's a lot to it. It's not just child safeguarding. And where does child protection come in? Some of us get confused with that. So I feel like education is one of our main focus. We hold educational seminars. We collaborate with our member associations and our regional associations and hold these seminars in, countries. And we bring with us the knowledge of child safeguarding, what it means, And in these seminars, we also have like practical sessions, So this is all for our stakeholders to bring back the knowledge. These are tools for them to bring back to the organization and to better their child safeguarding initiatives there. This is what we want. And that's what we are trying to preach here at the AFC. Also on the branch of education, we also have the AFC Certificate in Child Safeguarding, or ACCS for short. I'm sure many of you here has already, done the program. Congrats to you. We have 3 modules in the program, and after each module, get a certificate of completion. I myself have, been through the program, and I feel like it was a good foundation to build my knowledge on child safeguarding. So I feel like if you have yet to take it, please go ahead and take it. And just to further add on child safeguarding, I feel like one does not have to be a child safeguarding officer to protect children. It's everyone's responsibility to protect a child. If you see a child on the road today in harm's way, I'm sure you will lend a hand and help the child, right? So that's what we are trying to preach here, that every child needs us. We are their voice, we are their advocates. Also, we collaborate with our member associations and our regional associations by having calls with them, video calls with them, and looking at their draft policies and guidelines for child safeguarding. We help them make it a better document. Sometimes they come with us with a draft or already a fully published policy that they want to make amends to, and on the line of AFC's child safeguarding policy, we are also currently revising it. There are big changes. I would say that it's an ever-evolving document that needs constant, revisions to make it the latest, we are keeping up with the trends, basically. Yeah, so thanks.
Thank you so much. It's interesting you mentioned the AFC's journey. From my experience as an outsider working with the AFC, I was very impressed with the leadership within the AFC and the way that it was adopted. Fahid and the team, when we put forward recommendations, thinking that potentially there'll be pushback or there'll be a range of conflicts that might sort of come up in regard to what was being recommended, it was very impressive to see that the AFC, for example, when we wanted changes to the Code of Conduct, which was a very genuine document, a serious document that had been in place for a long time, within a matter of weeks, it's been put through all the various departments to improve that Code of Conduct, to recognise children's rights, their safety, their protection, which was really, really impressive. Today's representation of the leadership from both the Dream Asia Foundation as well as the UN reflects the fact that safeguarding is on the agenda, it's staying on the agenda, and I think that's absolutely fantastic. In regard to that, I ask each of you, have you had any, and obviously we don't want to name names, this is a large group, but have you had any times in your safeguarding work where you have had some difficulties in managing other competing priorities or leadership? And if so, how did you work around those, or who did you work with to resolve those?
Hi, I'm next to you, so I guess I have to start. Challenges. I guess crime and violence happens in society. Therefore, crimes and violence happens in football. It sounds like a sort of a logical thinking. However, sometimes we see leadership who is having, difficulties accepting that. And that's the reality. We need to embrace it and to face it and work on solutions. And along with that comes our duty of care. We have a duty of care as leaders of sports organization to protect those who are under our jurisdiction while they are playing. And again, some leaders are having difficulties accepting that part of the football conversation is accepting that we have this duty of care and work on the procedures and the processes to respond to that duty of care.
Absolutely. Sarah?
No, I think if I think back, safeguarding is still a new concept. So especially when I'm looking at our continent, at the African continent, it's a very new concept. So initially when it was introduced in 2021, where we created our first safeguarding unit under the member association division, nobody really knew what was expected from the unit. And there's no template, like in an HR department where you have clear procedures, or procurement department. So we started off by, okay, we need to have the safeguarding unit because we gotta keep our kids safe. But what does that mean? What does that mean to have a safeguarding unit? So I think Marie-Laure, FIFA was like a very supportive arm here as well, with Omar, who's leading the safeguarding activities within the Confederation of African Football. And we're grateful for your support as well. And so once we figured out in the division what we wanted to do, it's now turning to the leaders and making sure that from EXCO, president, general secretaries, they understand how important it is to have a safeguarding unit and how important the work that the safeguarding unit is doing is and why they need the support. And even beyond that, looking at the colleagues left and right so that they also understand why safeguarding is important, why we need safeguarding in our competitions, in our flagship competitions. So I think, just to answer your question a bit directly, challenges that we faced were really at the beginning to define what is safeguarding and how do we want to work within the safeguarding unit. And yeah, I think it's a journey. We are not there yet, but we are walking towards it.
Brilliant, thank you. For any of you, we heard a great question from the Southeast Asian Football Confederation earlier around young professional athletes progressing from amateur football through to the professional ranks, and then the way in which that pressure, as the previous panel discussed, both from a mental health perspective, also a physical perspective. How do we, again, work with those people in the elite football ecosystem? How do we work with them for them to recognise that a young player is hugely talented at a very young age, but there's a welfare and a duty of care, as you discussed, that safeguarding has to push and drive, not just for that player, but for all players coming through the system. But how do we map that to show that it's to better football and to better that team if we do protect those young athletes?
That's a difficult one. Shall I start? Yeah? Well, I'll try. It's not a linear trajectory. It's not, something that will take you from point A to point B. I look at it from, how do you call it in English, a puzzle? The rompecabezas, like the little pieces that you put together. Yes. And you have to put all those pieces together so that the system starts working. And one element that I've observed and learned that is fundamental is what I call the intangible elements. Intangible elements. Is it intangible?
Intangible.
Intangible elements of safeguarding. And what I mean by that is you can put in place all the procedures. On paper, they look perfect. You can set up a hotline, a website, reporting forms, etc. But if those intangible elements are not there, if there's no trust in the system, you won't get any reports. If there's fear of retaliation, you won't get the reports. If there's no empowerment on the side of the players, the staff, you won't get any reports. So you need to take a look at the broader ecosystem and put all those pieces together so that at some point, it's a journey, as you said, Sarah, it will start working and be efficient. And when we speak of efficiency in safeguarding, I like to think that it's in terms of response to incidents, and they're not all criminal sort of level type of incidents. You have a lot of it is poor practice that can be easily solved. It's not necessarily, the most extreme form of incidents, but a lot can be solved, as I said, with a conversation, with warnings, with education.
I agree. Anyone else?
I will. Yes. I will not add up directly to that question, but I want to come back a little bit to the second question about challenges, and I think that builds up the foundation then also. Now, for us, and I think such a challenge still exists these days. Where back in around 2012, when we started with a very large fun football festival, we started by building some sort of checklist, code of conduct, sort of, on the actual protection of children, safeguarding and safety and so on. So that's the first thing. The second thing was that we invited the provincial child protection organization to come in to be an independent sort of, actor to check on everything that have been organized, from room to transportation to everything on the ground regarding to that fun football festival of more than 3,000 players. Now, the challenges was, as we may have heard in this morning, our colleagues from UEFA said that 3 out of 4 children, right, have been abused one way or the other. And a report in Vietnam by UNICEF saying that 5 out of 6 children have been abused one way or experienced violence one way or the other without knowing it, without knowing from the victim themselves, without knowing it from those who have actually done it themselves. Simply something like beating children in Vietnam at home is something, normal, I mean, by culture. So the challenge at that point in time for us was, number one, to have all the children, all the coaches, all involved to really understand that those little element in the checklist, from no drinking and driving, from, the room had to be like this, like that, from the toilet had to be like this and like that, being safe for girls, being safe for boys had been a little difficult. And it actually training the children themselves at that point of time to really speak up, when they see those sort of things that they need to report, on whether, they be safe in the room, whether the drivers are okay, whether all the spectator, parents, the pressure that they get on the pitch, would that be safe for them? And the other one was really for our partner, the organizing committees, the provincial partner, to really understand and accept the fact that we need that to be in place. We need to have someone to come in and check, and that we need to train the children before they come to that fun football festival to be aware of all those things which might have been normal for everyone, so they can realize that and report.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd just like to build on Fong's point, actually. So I do believe open communication, is very much needed with children, but I also think the stress should go for parents as well, okay? And building up as well, especially in the context of Asian culture, I would say. So if a child were to actually report, any incidents that they have or any feelings that they've been going through, usually at times, and even I have seen it from my own eyes, a parent will just turn to their child and say, hush, it's not your place, nor the time to speak about such issues. We shall deal with it at home, So it's the culture here that is already deeply rooted in society, So I feel like if we want to change such entrenched culture, it's not going to be a quick fix, It will take sustained education, advocacy over many, many years before we see such change, But I hope that my generation, Gen Z, I see that we are starting to be more open about these things. We have been talking to the older people and trying to teach them the way that that their parents thought was not the correct way. We should be more open about these kinds of topics. So I feel like even if children do speak out, they're not really given the platform yet. I hope that, our culture can change one day and we can see both parties, well educated on this.
I think you make a great point. You've all made fantastic points in that context. It leads me to think about one of the questions that we were going to discuss. Football has really moved past having a policy as the answer to child safeguarding and youth empowerment. Pleasingly, and I think there are several sports around the world who are still at that very infant stage of we'll adopt a policy and everything will be fine. In conversations we've had before today and some of the comments you've made today, I'm curious to find out from all of you, how does a safeguarding framework within football, both from FIFA to AFC down to each of the member and regional associations, how does it be flexible enough to recognise the cultural practices and that, I wouldn't say that fight, but that challenge of accepting some practices where young children and teenagers don't have a voice and they're taught from a young age that you don't complain, you don't report. How can we, or have you seen any examples of shifting the needle in regard to that? Go ahead, Sarah.
I think in the context of Africa, so very simple. I think we took our time. The CAF, we took our time in putting out a toolkit, a safeguarding toolkit, because one of our main goals was, yes, we want to have a toolkit. There are many examples, templates. UEFA had great templates, FIFA as well. But for us, it was important to have a toolkit that is relevant to the context of Africa. And Africa is a big continent, right? So you have realities in Eastern Africa that you might not see in Southern Africa. You have realities in Western Africa that you don't have in Northern Africa. So we really took our time to create toolkits that speak to our realities. How did we get there? So we are about to launch our own toolkit, but how did we get there? By involving local communities, by involving, not having a top-down approach, but really involving our member association, involving the safeguarding officers within our member association, getting their feedback on some of the concepts that we put forward. I think and that's true for all 54 member associations, to always ensure that they feel they're part of the conversation. That is one thing. And then if we're going a little bit closer to the pitch, we are still talking about safeguarding as this is something that where adults have the solution. But I think maybe the next page following this conference would be to engage the youth directly and to find channels where the children can have a voice. I think somebody said empowering the youth, because what I feel like one of the next steps for us for CAF should be to have safeguarding champions within teams, within academies, because we realized most of the crimes, if I may say, that were reported to us were done by the friend, the teammate who saw something. So maybe we can shift the narrative of, yes, we need the safeguarding officers, absolutely important, but can we even more empower the youth to come up and to be the champions of safeguarding?
Brilliant. I'm going to ask a few more questions, then I know there'll be people in the audience who probably have some questions for the panel as well. Marie, you mentioned at the start around the reactive work that you've established. Can you give a bit of a summary of how FIFA greatly values that proactive work of safeguarding and the reactive, and how they work together?
Yes, as I said, through our programs that I described it at the very beginning, we have the prevention side, so educating, creating a positive environment so that we lower the risks, having those conversations with our 211 member associations, and during competition, also putting procedures in place to lower the risks. But zero risk environment does not exist. We also need to be prepared to respond when there is a risk, when there is an incident, and to respond from a victim-focused perspective. In concrete terms, that means, you know, we have an approach that is respectful of the rights of the victims and the needs of the victims, especially, for example, during a competition. If someone is being harassed or bullied and comes to us through our formal mechanisms, then we have the conversation with the person, if the person wishes to have the conversation, and whether she wants to report the incident to the police or not. Often the person doesn't want to report the police, but what she wants, most of the times victims are females, they want the person who's been harming them to be removed from the immediate environment. If it's someone from a participating team to the competition, or from even FIFA, I have to be honest, staff or volunteers, freelancers, etc. So we combine both the prevention and the response side, and I think it's the two sides of the same coin, right, in safeguarding. I'm not sure I answered your question, did I?
No, you did, absolutely. That's exactly what I thought. Excellent. We do have some time for questions from the audience, if anyone does have any, if you just put your hand up. No? Well, yes, just up the front. They're just going to bring a microphone to you. Yeah. I just caught the organisers and event staff, Neil's team, on the hop. My apologies.
Thank you. I'll stand here because I don't want to have my back to anyone. First of all, thank you, Morgan, and especially Marie, Sarah, Fong, and last but not least, Irene. And I say last but not least because you mentioned something that gave me the confidence to get up and ask this question. And it was about the responsibility of safeguarding, and that it's actually everyone's responsibility. Certainly we don't want to take the role of any of the incredible safeguarding officers we have in here. I know from my own experience, by the way, for those that don't know me, Anta Isaac, President of Football Australia. But I see the incredible work our safeguarding officers do all across Asia, all across the world. And I want to know what can we do to democratize and amplify the work that that everyone's responsibility to safeguarding. Because in Australia, we have 3,000, almost 4,000 clubs, not teams. Each club has probably 15 to 25 teams. And we don't have a deep pool of safeguarding officers to service everyone. So what is it that we can do to actually democratize and make everyone a safeguarding officer?
All right, okay. That's a very good question. Okay, so I feel like one of the ways we can, see as if everyone is a child safeguarding officer, I think I would suggest okay, I've seen this done before, where a club or an organization have actually an anonymous feedback box, that they have, and it's for everyone, that feel maybe dissatisfaction towards the organization, they wish to say it, but they don't really want to come out and say it. They can just put it in the feedback box, and it apparently works. A lot of people come back with their feedback. So I think that in a way is saying that everyone is a child safeguarding officer because they got their own opinions on how to improve, a child's safety and their well-being, and stuff like that. Yes.
Okay, I'll add a bit based on the actual practice on the ground, and I think that might not answer your question when it comes to the approach or the procedure itself. But the example from Football 4 in Vietnam had been very simple. Now, what we have done was, first of all, we apply participatory approach. Everyone is involved. Now, starting from very simple example, in 2012, as I have shared earlier, we have developed child protection policy in 2015 and have it implemented in all our football clubs with all our partners ranging from provincial level down. Now, next, we train our coaches, we train our life skill facilitator, we talk to our partner about it, and especially we train children through our football activity and life skill education session that happen on weekly, monthly basis. We promote that through football tournament, through fun football festival. We involve parents. We have even applied green card, which should sound familiar to European football context, right? The word parent. Now, next, we use all the example and advocate that to national level, including Vietnam Football Federation, for example, where Vietnam Football Federation have child safeguarding training for all AFC coaching license training. Now, last but not least, it had gone into, for example, Vietnam Football Federation grassroots coaching manual, in which life skill education, child protection, which is a foundation for safeguarding, is embedded in such a manual. You see, so by doing all that, from really a small example on the ground up to the top level, we have everyone involved in such a system to first of all understand what it is when it comes to child safeguarding. What can they do? What can everyone do for the safety of the children on the ground? And at the end of the day, by simply doing that, we are not making something very serious, not something too serious for those who are involved, but it gradually becomes some sort of movement where everyone will play their important part.
Just to echo the previous words, in short, you can do a lot. If we think of the governance system in football like an onion with all the different layers, we all act at our level and influence those who are under our jurisdiction. So as a federation, you can influence in a very positive manner and create a culture of safeguarding. You look at all the different rules and regulations and laws that you have and embed safeguarding elements in it. As you just said, coaching system. You gather all the coaches of the country for some training. You embed a safeguarding session in it and how it is to coach from a good safeguarding perspective, legal requirements, funding requirements, you can force the clubs to appoint a safeguarding focal point, dedicated or not, depending on the resources, through, against, funding. So there are plenty you can be doing, forcing them to adopt code of conducts, etc., at grassroots level, etc., etc.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to emphasize again the funding level. So at CAF, we just included that as well. So part of the development program, in order to unlock the full funding of the development program, you do have to have a safeguarding policy, but that's not enough. You really have to have activities in your federation. And the same a federation can impose on their clubs, on their academies. So I think it's always, somebody said earlier, football is still a business, so it's good to bring the funding part also in it. I think there we get quite some positive responses as well.
Brilliant. I think in Australia, I'm from Sydney, I think in Australia we have a lot of, not just in football, across our different sports, a lot of people who will challenge, why do I have to, and what's in it for me? Whereas all the examples you've just discussed have the balance between what we call the carrot and the stick. So what's the benefit versus what's the consequence? Sometimes it needs to be more consequence-based, the funding, the obligations to meet something, or you won't be able to compete. We all know within football, the clubs that you were talking about, they'll focus on their ability and their right to compete, and sometimes the ability to be involved in football may require safeguarding obligations before they can enter that competition. We had a couple of other hands up for questions. Up the back, there's two up the back there.
Hello. Okay. So in many Asian cultures, children are really taught to show respect and obedience to their elders. So in football setup, this could be of course, the team manager and the head coach, which makes it difficult for them to report anything that's going on, anything wrong. So how can football maintain this respect and discipline for children to use their voice, and like what Ms. Sarah said a while ago, to empower the youth to be champions of safeguarding?
Great question.
I think I will take that, yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, yes, because of the Asian culture, it's very hard for children to speak up on any problems they are facing, But I do notice that if they can't speak at home, if they feel like they're not heard enough or seen enough at home, they tend to find that comfort and familiarity around people outside, so if, they go for a training session, right? So, and if they are comfortable with their coach, the coach itself can ask the children questions, It doesn't necessarily have to be about football, but can be simple as to, how's your day going? Is there anything that, that happened? And if the child feels comfortable enough, they will feel that they're okay, that it's okay to share. And, and sometimes we've also seen where they share instances where, there's a problem or issue that's going on, and that's when the coach can step up. But of course, in that situation, to first listen to the child, reassure them and respect them first before, going through the correct procedures, which is reporting the safeguarding incident. So I feel like while we have to train our coaches and volunteers to be, the ears for our children, and in that way, our children doesn't really have to rely on their family. They can have other people, other adults outside of their life to rely on. Yeah, hope that answers your question.
I just add one element based on our experience, beside all other things that I have mentioned earlier, right? One thing that my answers in your question is we have piloted and we have used so-called peer leader. We encourage children of the same age, in the same school, being leaders, we train them, we mobilize them, we motivate and encourage them to really talk to friends. And as you know, talking to friends is always much easier than talking to teachers or parents in some cases. So from there then, we train our peer leaders and use them at very important leader there, factor there, for them to listen to friends, talk about their need, talk about any incident, any problem that they have. And that we use not only for safeguarding, but for the graduate development as well.
Fantastic. I think we've got time for one more question. There was a couple other people. There's two more questions. We can afford that, no problem.
Is it audible? Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry to question again, but one of the concerns that actually Irene mentioned is the cultural differences, right? So what common practice we have in safeguarding sometimes directly contradicts with a country's culture. So for example, I'm just going out on the limb here, right? There are countries where religious practices, which is cultural, allows kids to have sips of alcohol. And that's common for them, that's blessing for them. But as a practice in football or in general practices, that's a huge contradiction, that's a huge violation. How do we tackle that? Because when we're making the policy, we're trying to cater them, but then it's a complete contradiction of what we stand for.
It's a good question, and I'll just quickly, even though I'm a moderator, I'll answer a question, or at least contribute. In working with the AFC and talking about the first policy development, I was conscious of, and we had good dialogue around cultural practice that may contradict a policy or a code of conduct. And I think what we've heard from the panel today, with such representation across the world, is safeguarding will only work if you have a level of flexibility to be able to morph and move what you want to establish as your safeguarding system to reflect cultural practice. Without it, I think people will be dismissive of a code of conduct or a policy or a practice that you're trying to potentially not enforce, but bring about change if it directly contradicts something like a religious practice. I think that's always going to be a battle that's going to be hard to shift.
I'll ask you, Fatima, a question. Do you think that 5 years ago, this very same conference would have happened on that particular topic? No, because safeguarding was not part of the conversations in football. So the world evolves, football evolves, culture evolves. So, and that's, let's say, looking at the glass half full, because that's an opportunity for us to continue with the conversations, to normalize the conversations about safeguarding and how to work out those cultural elements that can create a tension with those conversations. We know we're dealing with topics which are very sensitive, but it shouldn't stop us. And I know you're a warrior. I know you go every day and you try to make it happen, just like your peers. And I commend you for doing that. And the question that you're asking is very relevant in that regard. You live it, and we live it, all of us at our own level, but it shouldn't stop us. Because as I said, the world changes for good and for bad, but there is positive change in our field. We can see there is a lot of progress that has been made over the last 4 and 5 years, and we should, keep our eyes on that.
I agree. Our last question.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists, for the wonderful keynotes. And first of all, I would like to thank AFC Dream Asia Foundation for bringing all these visionaries and leaders together. And thank you for this inspiring gathering. My name is Nima Lama. I come from Nepal, and I am the chair of Child Reach Nepal. We work with children, and then with the slogan, unlock the child's potential. It may not be a question, but it's just an add-off to the panelist and then the moderator. Child Reach Nepal, it is an organization that registered organization in Nepal, and then we are community-driven organization. And since 2013, we have been implementing the program called S4D, Sports for Development, in several parts of Nepal. And the program uses sports as a catalyst for social change, development, and empowerment. And for us, and maybe for everyone in this hall, sports is a tool for the empowerment, platform for education, and a space for protection. And working with the children and working for nearly 1.5 decades, we have realized that we were working with the Gen Zs. And you might have heard about the Gen Z movement in Nepal recently, and then within the 48 hours, our government has been toppled, and now we have a Gen Z government. And recognition is very important. As our our panelists from Vietnam mentioned that, Vietnam Football Association has been recognized by this AFC Dream Asia Foundation. Similarly, Childish Nepal has been recognized by AFC Dream Asia Foundation in 2019 for our work we have been doing in the community. So I'm just here to say thank you, and then I don't know if it is a question, just to add up, and then we work in partnership with the FIFA World, Common Goal, our friends here, and street football and coaches across continent. And with the coaches across continents, we are accrediting our coaches, and we are in the process of getting accreditation, organizing accreditation with the CAC as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As you heard, and I'll probably wrap up because we're a little bit over time, the collaboration that happens both across football as well as at events like this, you'll hear great practices, you'll hear examples of things that are working in safeguarding, and I strongly encourage you throughout today to chat to some of the other representatives, not just within football, but also the NGOs. We haven't made mention of the NGOs and the valuable impact they have had for many decades in relation to child protection and child safeguarding. Please leverage your connections with NGOs because they love football. Football should love NGOs because they do the work that often government takes 10 or 15 years to do. And that's not a criticism of government, but your NGO partnerships will deliver at grassroots levels, which will only benefit football across both Asia as well as the other continents as well. Please join me in thanking our panel today.
Thank you very much, Morgan, and our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for lunch now. Lunch will be served at Salon B lobby level, and we encourage you to take this opportunity to relax and connect with your fellow participants. Please ensure to return back to the hall at 2:30 p.m. so we can resume our program on schedule. Enjoy your lunch, and we look forward to seeing you shortly. Thank you very much.
Dear guests, we kindly invite all participants to proceed to the conference hall and be seated. The session will begin shortly. Thank you for being with us and for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will begin shortly. Kindly make your way back to the hall. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Without further delay, please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Mr. Lee Hawkins. Lee founded the ASA Foundation in 2001 as a youth empowerment academy for Indonesian street children, and he has over 20 years of experience harnessing the power of sport to drive sustainable social change. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Lee on stage to guide us through the topic on how, from pitch to progress, football's impact on the Sustainable Development Goals. Welcome, Lee. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a fantastic lunch. My name's Lee Hawkins. I'm the founder of ASA Foundation. Before we start, I'd like you all, if you've kicked a football at least one time in your life, please stand up. There you go. Fantastic. Football connects everyone, regardless of who you are, where you're from. Football unites. And today, we're going to look at how football can drive the impact of the UN SDGs, from pitch to progress. It's okay, you can sit down now. Thank you. I had to get you energized after the lunch. So, I'm very honored and humbled to be here today. A massive thank you to the AFC Dream Asia Foundation for inviting me here to present. It's just like a massive wow for me. 24 years ago, I set up ASA as a hobby of mine. I was running football coaching clinics for youth in central Jakarta, and then through our work with the Indonesian government, a host of international NGOs and donors, especially after the tsunami in Aceh and the Yogyakarta earthquake, ASA evolved into a full-time foundation for me. So over the last 24 years, we've reached out to over 3 million underserved youth, teachers and coaches through our community and school-based initiatives. We won 3 global awards, and our programs are all about using football and sport as the vehicle for sustainable social change across initially Indonesia, and then over the last, say, 12, 13 years across Southeast Asia. And what we do is we use the power of football and sport to integrate inclusion, gender equality, health, education, environmental sustainability, and employability across our programs. Everything we do at ASA Foundation is aligned to UN SDGs. These are the SDGs that we currently support. Regardless of whatever project we're running, so it could be waste management, HIV/AIDS awareness, conflict resolution, we will always integrate good health and well-being, quality education, and gender equality into our programs. Every project we do, we focus on minimum 50% female participation. And our programs would not be possible without our partners. And I think some of our partners are here today. So thank you so much for supporting us over the last 24 years. Okay, another question for you. Please stand up if you feel that football can drive inclusion, environmental sustainability, and local economic growth all at the same time. Okay, fantastic. You can sit down again. So we all agree it can be done. And in Indonesia, we've proven it can. One example is our collaboration with the UEFA Foundation for Children across Indonesia. We've spent 2 years working on an inclusive football-based circular economy and waste management education development program. We've been working in schools across Jakarta and Garut in West Java. And what we've been doing is we've been working with teachers from schools, public schools, and bringing them in, screening them, selecting them with the Ministry of Education, The ministries are always a part of our program. So Ministry of Education, Ministry of Youth and Sports are always supporting us. And what we do is we screen and select teachers through our screening processes. So that's a lot of like interviews, discussions with the teachers, with the schools. We then bring them in, we train them up over a series of train-the-trainer programs, and we train them and build their capacity to become ASA master trainers. They then go back into their schools and they will run the inclusive football-based circular economy program for their students on a weekly basis. And then we conduct all that on-site monitoring evaluation on a weekly basis, okay? And these programs, these two programs, working on inclusive football for circular economy, for youth with and without disabilities, has reached out to 60 local sports teachers who we've educated and empowered, and over 6,000 youth with and without disabilities. And these youth have developed close to 45,000 recycled sports equipment. So what they've been doing has been collecting plastic waste, cleaning it, segregating it, and then developing sports equipment from it for their PE classes. So training cones, training markers, footballs, bibs, all made out of plastic. And our relationship with the UEFA Foundation for Children has been the catalyst for our Aman Liga KSB project. Now, KSB stands for Kabupaten Sumbawa Barat. That is West Sumbawa in Indonesia. I'd also like to ask you one more question. When you visited a school field, a football field, a sports festival area in Asia, do you see plastic waste on the side of the field? Stand up if you do. This is the last one. Right, yes, it's horrific. I've been in Indonesia close to 25 years now. Everywhere I go to our football matches, sports festivals, I see plastic waste everywhere, and we have to do something about it. So with Aman, we have set up Indonesia's very first zero waste football league and the very first professional inclusive youth league in Indonesia. No one has done it before. We've set it up. When we arrived in West Sumbawa 3 years ago, there was no football development, no activities. Yeah, the boys were playing football now and again. There was certainly nothing for girls, nothing for kids with disabilities. There was a real stigma attached to girls playing football, disabilities, youth with disabilities playing any sport there. So we have come in and changed all that, okay? Through this league, we are promoting sustainability and inclusivity. We've set up, we've developed girls teams, boys teams, and disabilities teams. And our zero waste approach has been to eliminate single-use plastics, replace all the post-match food packaging with banana leaves, and we've also installed water filter stations at all our venues. So there is zero waste on the football fields. So it's groundbreaking for Indonesia. We've just completed season 2. We've more than doubled the number of youth with and without disabilities that we've engaged. We've completed more than double the number of matches, and we have more than quadrupled the number of community spectators. So there's a real community feel to this league, okay? It's been groundbreaking for the region. Also, what we've done over the last 2 seasons is that we have set up a series of Coach the Coaches workshops every 3 months with local community coaches, using the power of football to educate them on key topics such as child protection and safeguarding, life skills, health, nutrition and well-being, gender equality and women empowerment, and waste management. And we've just completed the final workshop in season 2 on anti-drugs and anti-smoking. Okay, so it's not just about football coaching. We're using football as that vehicle to educate and empower them. So we want them to become inclusive, football-based educators in their communities so they can work with their teams during the training sessions. And we've also brought in Borussia Dortmund from Germany. Their coaches have come across and have been working on some technical coaching aspects as well. Okay? Okay, some more impact results for you. I mentioned before, we focus a lot on gender equality, and this program alone focuses on female participation, coaches and players. We've got 50% gender equality there. Through our stories of change interviews, our surveys, the youth with and without disabilities reported healthier lifestyles in terms of health, nutrition, fitness, sanitation and waste management. And through our theory testing processes, the students showed improved core life skills, such as leadership, teamwork, communication, and fair play. So this project has had a real impact on youth development. Okay, the impact of the environmental sustainability of this league. Over the course of season 2, we have saved over 53,000 plastic bottles and over 26,000 plastic food packages. And through the use of our water filter stations, we've distributed over 1,800 litres of water. The league has also boosted community and economic empowerment. Now, we have around 25 SMEs scattered around our program venues, and all 25 have reported sales spikes. So it's really boosted their business and created a sustainable ecosystem around the football development. And throughout season 2, we have spent over 350 million rupiah on SME products, okay? Products such as training kits, training equipment, branding, the food in banana leaves. So this has been phenomenal. And for those of you, just a quick conversion, 350 million rupiah is roughly 21,000 US dollars. Okay, so what does the future hold for the Aman Liga KSB? There's been a lot of challenges, okay? For example, in West Sumbawa, there is only one disability school. We've got all those students involved in the program, but there's a lot of kids with disabilities that don't go to school. They're at home. The parents just leave them at home. They don't go to school. So that's another project in itself. You know, we need to build more inclusive schools. We need to get the children with disabilities that are not going to school back into school. Okay? So there are real challenges for us in West Sumbawa. But I think it's great that we can all be here today. And I thank you all for coming along. That we hope, you know, developing partnerships with, you know, AFC Dream Asia Foundation continuing our partnership with the UEFA Foundation for Children and local stakeholders such as the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Youth and Sports, we can expand and replicate this inclusive Zero Football League across Indonesia and hopefully Southeast Asia. And our mission and vision is to embed inclusion and sustainability in every level of football development, from the grassroots phase all the way up to national and regional level. So, in Indonesia, we proved that football can unite communities, protect the planet, and create livelihoods all at once.
Liga ini memberikan saya peluang untuk mengembangkan hobi saya untuk bermain bola. Main bola Ambar bahagia karena Ambar senang.
Beruntung sekali kami ada pembinaan di sini karena anak-anak bisa berkembang di sepak bola di KSB ini.
Kalau perubahan, alhamdulillah bisa kita lihat anak-anak kita lebih aktif ke arah yang positif.
Thank you. And that's what Football for Inclusion and Sustainability truly means to ASA Foundation. So thank you so much for allowing me to present today, and please fire away with any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee.
Okay, thank you very much.
That was incredibly valuable. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to our next panel discussion, Football for Everyone, Creating Pathways for All. This panel discussion will share insights on programs, initiatives, and innovative models that prove football can be more than a game. It can be a powerful driver of inclusion and equality, from grassroots pitches to boardrooms of clubs and federations. This panel brings together champions of equality and inclusion, leaders who are not only driving conversations, but also delivering results. They are showing us what is possible when football embraces diversity and creates opportunities that are meaningful, transformative, and lasting. Please allow me to introduce our moderator, Mr. Todd Jacobson, the founder and CEO of Taj Global and adjunct professor at Columbia University, where he advises organizations on aligning purpose with performance to deliver business and social impact. Joining Todd on stage, we have Mr. Sam Turner, the founder of Parafootball, Mr. Lee Hawkins, founder of ASA Foundation, and Ms. Vichika Chorp, CEO of Indochina Starfish Foundation, Cambodia. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and esteemed panelists onto the stage for this panel discussion. Todd, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Todd Jacobson, and I'm honored to serve as your moderator for today's panel, Football for Everyone, Creating Pathways for All. It's been such a fantastic, inspiring day. I know we've shared this already, but I want to say thank you to the AFC Dream Asia Foundation, the Saudi Arabia Football Federation, and to Football for the Goals. And I know we mentioned this and thanked Rob, but I also want to thank Jasmine Free, who has been behind the scenes organizing a lot and has just been a true champion of this work. So thank you, Jasmine, for everything. It also happens to be her birthday today. So that's a wonderful compliment to her. So for me, you know, I wanted to make sure I shared a story with you about the breakthrough sport that I saw. I spent 23 years leading the National Basketball Association, or the NBA's Social Responsibility and Global Government Affairs, and I've been able to see the power of sport. And in 2003, about 3 years into my career at the NBA, I joined a small group of players, coaches, and executives on a trip to South Africa as part of our Basketball Without Borders program. It was the first major initiative on the continent, and it was my first international trip with the NBA, so I was incredibly nervous and excited. As we got into the ground, I was on the community and going into the community. On the first day, I went in with some colleagues to Soweto, which is the southwestern townships in South Africa. It's one of the largest townships on the continent of Africa. It's more specifically a township called Kliptown. And the relevance of Kliptown is it's only a stone throws away from Nelson Mandela Stadium, where the World Cup 2010 finals were held. It's also one of the poorest areas in South Africa. Even today, there's not a complete census of people that live there. They estimate about 80% of the people don't have any running water or electricity. The first time you drive down the community, I never forgot it. All you see is these shanty huts as far as the eye can see, no bigger than a bathroom, about 10 to 15 people living in a hut. And I drove down this road and we pulled into a community center called the Soweto Kliptown Youth Trust, and immediately I saw 500 kids singing and dancing and celebrating, and I got goosebumps up and down my arms and the back of my neck. And I was so excited. I walked up to the group and I big smile, and the minute I got up there, all the kids stopped and stared at me. Hand goes up in the back. I go, yes. They go, NBA? I said, yeah. Silence and some tears. You see, this was the first time I experienced, many times, the universal look of complete confusion and utter disappointment on the faces of children when they realized I was the one there from the NBA. We sat there in silence for what felt like an eternity, and then the next hand went up. I said, yes. And I got the next question I always got, do you know Michael Jordan? I said, well, I've met him, I know him, I work with him. Immediately, kids perked up, and I got this great street credibility. Then the most amazing thing happened. Hand after hand went up. Do you know Dikembe Mutombo? Do Kobe and Shaq really get along? It felt more like a press conference at a community visit. Here I was, half a world away, in a community, no running water, electricity, and I'm witnessing firsthand the incredible power of sport to connect, inspire, and uplift. And that's why I'm so excited to be here today and with these fine folks for this conversation. Just as I experienced in South Africa, the Asian football community is breaking down important barriers every day, from girls' leagues in Central Asia, to blind football camps in Mongolia, to academies in Southeast Asia, to the incredible grassroots efforts taking place right here in Saudi Arabia. Today's conversation is so timely. Football, more than any other sport, has the power to bring people together and inspire across backgrounds. It's a global language of joy and belonging, one of the most powerful tools we have to engage the community, and inspires not just to play, but to grow, lead, and thrive. And that's what today's panel's about, possibility. What are the ways we can build intentional, inclusive pathways where everyone has not just a place in the game, but an opportunity to thrive through it? So, couple sessions, I took a lot of time, but I wanted to get you guys warmed up, and Lee did such a fantastic job walking us through the incredible efforts that he's leading in Jakarta. But this is supposed to be an interactive session, so I'm gonna ask you guys, as a professor, don't make me call on you, I will. So I wanna make sure there's a lot of good participation. So I'm gonna invite the panelists to build off each other's ideas, and I invite you, the audience, to really process and think through how this discussion impacts your work. So let's dive in. And I get the honor of making sure each one of these panelists, who I've read each one of their stories, is so inspirational. I'm gonna have each one talk to them about how they got involved in their work and the work that they're leading today. So Sam, I'm gonna start with you. Talk to me about your story and how you got involved in Power Football.
Yes, I think my football journey started probably like anyone else's, that football was a huge part of my life from a young child. It was my connection with my father. And now I'm so lucky that it's the connection that I have also with my son. So football has always been such a big part of my life. But I became a football coach around the age of 15. I was that teenager who stood at the side of the field, saw my brother play and thought, I can do better than that, coach. So as the arrogant 15-year-old stepped up, but then got involved in coaching. And then I found out about this world of disability football as well. And throughout my career, I've had lots of opportunities to get involved in professional football. I've been involved in professional academies in England. But I found that the world of disability in football was somewhere where I could actually make a real difference. That I wouldn't be like one of thousands of other coaches, but I can say that there's no one in the world who does the job that I do. So me being able to have that profound impact and feel that I'm really making a difference was a real key part of my initial journey.
It's an amazing story. Lee, I'm gonna give you a break because I know you were just up here presenting for a half hour. And Vichaka, your story, when I read it, just was so incredibly inspiring. I'd love for you to share your story and how it led into the work that you're leading right now.
So I joined ISF in 2008 as an administrative staff member at the time. And before I joined, I met one of the board of trustees at ISF, talking about the work, talking about football program. And then he talking about girls play football at the time. And I look at him in deep beliefs, like, I think he's saying something, he means something, not about football, because girls don't play football in Cambodia. And when I hear what he said, I didn't believe what he said. So after that, when I joined ISF, I can see that how much football impact and transforms children. And you can kind of, before they get on the pitch, you can see this young, shy kid, but after they play football, after some time, you can see that confidence in each of them is changing. So I got promoted into country manager a few years after that. It's a step up for me, but it also comes with the challenge. I bring the challenge with me at the time because I have broken English. I still kind of trying to understand what you are talking now. But at the time it was worse. And I had to work with all the board who only speak English. So in the meeting, I kind of sometimes I cannot breathe because trying to understand what's happening. But I've been given the opportunity to take the role. So I have this determination that I need to improve myself. I need to learn to communicate better. And so far, ISF is going good from what I can see, and everyone part of it. And as ISF, leading ISF, I believe football is more than just a game. It's more than just football. What I believe is football is where resilience is built. And I tell this story a number of times because I see children play football almost every day. So I see young boys, girls, quiet, don't speak much, very shy. When they start playing football, you can see the change, you can see the transformation, you can see that confidence growing, and that confidence they follow them from inside the pitch to out of the pitch and get into their daily life.
It's amazing, thank you. Lee, I know you shared all the work that you're doing as part of the program, but now I'm excited to hear, how did you start as a volunteer in Jakarta? What motivated you, and how did that lead to kind of all the incredible work that you've developed today?
Thanks, Todd. Football's always been in my family. My great uncle, Reg Fluin, was the captain of Portsmouth Football Club in the 50s. He won some England caps. My late father was a scout at Portsmouth Football Club. My brother was also at Portsmouth Football Club, and I was at the arch enemy as a trainee at Southampton Football Club back in the late 80s. Same academy as Alan Shearer. Alan Shearer was a couple of years older than me. So I've always been involved in football. When I got released at Southampton, I went into semi-professional football when I was studying at university. Started doing some coaching, and then I was out in Indonesia running education development there in Jakarta, and I just set up ASA as a hobby of mine, as I mentioned earlier. I was coaching kids through football, and then I just saw so many kids on the streets not going to school, and I thought, I have to do something. So I set up these coaching clinics with street kids, and then one day the country director of Church World Service, Maurice Bloom, who is a fanatical Ajax fan, approached me and said, Lee, we've got to set up a collaboration and let's work together. So we started doing some health and nutrition education through football coaching, very successful. And then we set up a project called SCORE, which was Kick Away HIV/AIDS through football. So we were running workshops for kids there. And then around that time, the Indonesian government found out about me and offered me an opportunity to set up a professional football and education development program in a place called Sekayu, South Sumatra, and I know the PSSC guys will know Sekayu. That was with the government there. And sadly, while I was there in South Sumatra, Boxing Day 2004, the tsunami hit Aceh in northern Sumatra. So I was contacted by UNICEF and a host of international NGOs to go up to Aceh and set up trauma relief and psychosocial clinics through football for orphans, and the community centers were trying to give me kids to take back to Jakarta, and I said, look, no, I cannot do this. I'm here to set up trauma relief programs. So that was giving me trauma. It was a very, very challenging time, and I spent 5 years in Aceh after the tsunami setting up disaster relief programs. We then moved from trauma relief and psychosocial programs to conflict resolution, working a lot in the communities there. And it was groundbreaking because before we started, girls were not allowed to play sports. But when we arrived and we set up the conflict resolution programs through football for boys, we were running workshops. The community leaders saw that our programs were safe, secure, intuitive. The boys were having a lot of fun, and the Boule guy was not endangering their communities. They said, okay, let's let the girls join. We'll run volleyball clinics. So what we did is we set up conflict resolution education through volleyball. The girls slowly joined, and it was groundbreaking for Aceh at the time. That was in 2005, 2006. And in some places like Tapak Tuan, in the deep, remote south, again, the PSSC guys will know what I'm talking about, the places I'm talking about, we had more girls than boys engaged. So it was amazing. And then, sadly, the earthquake struck Yogyakarta in 2006. We were then hired by a host of international NGOs, such as Muslim Aid, CRS, Mercy Corps, to set up disaster risk reduction education through football. Again, we started to do a lot of conflict resolution there. There were a lot of terrorist problems in Central Java at the time. And that's how ASA started off as a hobby of mine and evolved and transformed into a full-time foundation. So a wonderful journey.
Thanks, Lee. That was very powerful. And if I asked each one of you in the audience what your why is, what football means to you before you got to the level you are today, I'm sure you can reflect back. And it's a really important part of this conversation. So I'm going to ask, we're going to do a quick icebreaker for all of us today to get us warmed up. So in 6 words or fewer, I want you to take a minute and think about this. What does football for everyone mean to you? So what does it mean to you personally? I want you to just jot it down or think about it. I'm just going to give you 30 seconds to do that, and then I'm going to ask these folks up here to ask. I don't see anybody writing. Okay. Who wants to take this one first? Jackie, ready? Go for it.
So for me, football is the universal game that leaves no one behind.
I like that. Lee, go ahead.
Inclusion in action and empowerment through play.
Sam?
For me, it's that everyone can engage with the sport of football in the way that they choose.
It's very powerful. I want to ask you, building off that, but Jack, I want to ask you a little bit about your approach. You mentioned your personal story, resilience, and how it really just gave you the confidence to find your voice. Is there an example of a child or a participant in your program that you saw that come to life when you saw your work really click in? I know it meant for you, but can you give us an example of a personal story that you saw in some of the work come to life as you've led your work?
Her name Kanya. She's currently one of our football coach, but she was part of our education program. And Kanya started playing football when she's small, and this always come with before they playing football, they kind of shy, quiet, and this behavior don't really want to communicate, don't have many friends, and when start playing football, that thing change. You can change, and that quiet, no voice is become loud and shouting and screaming and encouraging. So kind of supporting their friend and all this, and it become habit. It become habit. It become part of teamwork. Part of they dare to communicate. And then this continue with her, and now she's one of our football coach, and she also continue in university at the moment.
That's an amazing story. Lee, you shared so much about your programming. You build off that. I know you've had a couple of really good examples of participants that have excelled through your efforts. Any stories you want to share of any of the personal?
Yeah, sure. We've been fortunate enough through our partnerships with the US Embassy, the British Council and the British Embassy, and some football clubs as well. Werder Bremen through the SCORT program. We've been fortunate enough to send a lot of our leading coach, teacher, beneficiaries and our outstanding kids overseas for sports diplomacy visits. We've also had one of our leading female coaches, Jessica Wu, who was sent by the US Embassy to the US for a women empowerment program there. She was on college courses. She went to the White House. She was interviewed by ESPN, and she's now back in Philippines as a female leader for Sport for Development. She works for us on our Philippines programs, especially in Mindanao. We've had 2 of our leading footballers, female footballers, receive scholarships in the US. One of them's also played international as well. And as I just mentioned, we've sent a number of teachers, coaches and youth from Indonesia, from Cambodia and Philippines overseas. So it's fantastic that, we don't just use the power of football to educate and empower youth, young adults across the region, but we can also provide them with the opportunities to go overseas for scholarship programs. Yeah.
That's incredible. Sam, I'm gonna take a little bit different because I've been so impressed with your design. So you're designing these programs for disability inclusive programming, particularly for coaches, while at the same time pushing for more mainstream football to be accessible to everybody. So talk to me how you're developing your programming as you're thinking about building inclusiveness around the disability community and from a coaching perspective and getting participants involved.
I think for me it's really important that the word inclusion is thrown about very easily. You know, we say, oh, this program makes things inclusive, but actually, are we looking at it through the lens of the participant, the player, the person who we're looking to engage? How do they want to be involved in the sport? And that's where, when we talk about inclusive design, I talk about inclusion by choice. How does that person with a disability want to engage with the game of football? It may be, as a referee, we had the Rio Paralympic Games. We saw this young referee come in as a national referee. We identified him, a person with cerebral palsy, but he's now one of our international referees who goes to our World Cups, our regional championships and all these things, because that's the way that he wanted to be involved in the game. In para-football, one of our ambassadors, Alex Sanchez, who I know has played in Australia in professional football, also in India, he was born without his right hand. He could have been very easily told, there's a disability program over there, that's where you go and play because you're a disabled person. But he had the ambition, the drive, the energy to be a professional football player. So he grew up in Spain, he played in La Liga, he's had a full career as a national player, and now he's working for La Liga because he decided that he wanted to play within the mainstream game. But then there's also other players, depending upon their needs and the way that they want to play the game of football, that we have so many different formats of the game, be that blind football, amputee football. Even in England, around 10 years ago and now, we found that there were children who were walking, using walking frames, but they didn't want to play wheelchair football because they could stand, they could walk, but just needed the use of a frame. But they also couldn't keep up with the other kids with cerebral palsy who were running around. So in the end, we decided, right, let's design a new way for those kids to play, because they don't want to play someone else's game, they want to play their game. So I sat there in an office, put my idea of the rules together, and then we organised a day at St George's Park, the FA's National Training Centre. I set up this whiteboard with the rules and I put a load of post-it notes, thinking I'd designed this brilliant game. End of the day, this board was covered in post-it notes. All my rules have been changed, all the kids' ideas, but it was absolutely brilliant, because then we created a game that was designed by the children, for the children, and suited the needs, but also the way that they wanted to engage with it.
That's an incredible story. You know, you're all talking about overcoming these big barriers of participation and inclusion. You know, I want you to give me some other examples as you've seen this work of things that you've learned through this process, both challenges you've overcome as well as opportunities that you've been able to capitalize on as you've led your work. So, Vijay, I know you've been able to build this resilience factory. What were some of the challenges, like you might have set out first to say, oh, this is a great idea, but you learned through kind of participation with either your other instructors or through the youth, other things that you might want to approach with the work?
I think some of the challenge that we have to adapt later on, I'm not sure is that the right response. So early day we try to include this soul impact education into the football training, and we have kind of have this curriculum come from, like, given by someone, and we take it, we kind of straight away use it. So that doesn't work so well because it's different context, different culture. Even so when we start using it, we had to adapt it, and we make some change to fit the need in local. So we had the curriculum, but then we just adapt it, change it, and improve it, and it worked much better. We cannot just take it all and use it straight away.
Interesting. Lee, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, the barriers we face, I think I mentioned it in my presentation earlier, is a real stigma attached to inclusion, girls, people with disabilities in playing sports. So we've had to overcome that. A lack of safe spaces and a lack of resources. So what we do at ASA Foundation is to create those inclusive environments where we're bringing in coaches, teachers, training them up, building their capacity to become educators. We involve parents as well to obviously promote that inclusion, to bring in girls, bring in youth with disabilities, so they all have, equal access to sport and to have that visibility. And sustainability is always an issue with projects. What happens when the funding runs out? And what we do, our sustainability strategy and how we leave a legacy in our target areas is when the funding stops, we still continue monitoring our programs. We set up WhatsApp forums, we have online Zoom calls with our coaches, with our teachers, and we conduct periodic site visits. So that, that impact monitoring, that monitoring evaluation doesn't stop, when the funding runs out, okay? We keep it going long term.
Sam, I know you have some difficult challenges when you're thinking about building in the broader strategies that you're bringing with your coaching for the disability community. We're trying to elevate it in the broader coaching community to make sure it's universal practices. Talk to me about some of the approaches you've taken to make that happen.
Yeah, I think some of the challenges is maybe around the awareness of disability football, para football. Also a lot of the fear factor that disability is a scary unknown. We're not equipped to do that, or we don't know how to do it, so we'll stay away. But there are 1.3 billion people in the world with a disability, which translates to 1 in 6. So, listening to some of the talk about safeguarding and child protection earlier, when we said about child protection is everyone's responsibility. Again, within football, for me, it's everyone's responsibility around disability inclusion. If we're here to run football, we're here to run football for all, not football for some. But I think it's really important that developing those partnerships, those relationships, and working together, not stepping in and saying, this is how it has to be done, this is how it should be done, but actually, I've got a few years' experience, I've been to some different places, here's what I found worked. What works for you, or what are your challenges? And then together we can blend that, piece it together. We've done a fantastic project working with the West Asia Football Federation over the past few years. And very much that was about initially finding out what was already going on in the region. What did they need? Where could I fill some gaps or help with that? And through that fantastic relationship and the ongoing conversations, we've then put in place events and activities that build that awareness, or put on those workshops where we can discuss the topics and give people the confidence and empower them to continue to go and deliver, because they have a better understanding than I do about their environment, their culture, their community. So I think through that knowledge sharing, but then putting in place sustainable practices that can continue without me being there. Trying to make myself redundant is probably one of the best things to do, that if other people are empowered and equipped to do it, and I don't need to be there, then actually we've done a brilliant job.
Brilliant. Do you want to build off that a little bit? You want to build off that a little bit in terms of some of your work and how that kind of came to life?
With the disabilities as well. So yeah, we set up our very first disabilities program with Handicap International back in 2005. That was part of the post-disaster relief program for the Aceh tsunami. Back in those days, youth with disabilities just didn't have anything. There was no opportunity there in terms of sport, in terms of education. A lot of the kids were not going to school. So, yeah, what we've found over the years, especially in the major cities in Indonesia, they're starting to understand now a bit more about people with disabilities. There are a lot more inclusive schools being set up. The facilities are improving, but we're talking about the major cities now. You know, Jakarta especially has a lot of inclusive schools there now. We also do a lot of like STEM education for youth with disabilities throughout Jakarta. But the presentation I showcased earlier in West Sumbawa is still, it's like being in a time warp, okay? There is only one disability school there. There are only 60 kids in that school. We're actually having to include a school which is outside of West Sumbawa, which is on the border with Sumbawa Besar, the next province, to join our league, because we have only 2 schools, and like I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of kids that aren't going to school. So that's another project in itself where we have to build more inclusive schools, especially in the remote areas, and get those kids that are out of school back into school. So it's a massive challenge for us. And we've worked all over Indonesia. We've worked in places like Papua, Maluku's, West Timor, and the situation there is exactly the same as West Sumbawa. The problem with Indonesia is a lot of the focus goes on Java, and a lot of eastern Indonesia gets neglected. Places like Papua, Maluku's, West Sumbawa, NTT. So that's the challenge we face.
Interesting. So we've talked a little bit today in some of the other panels as well about having limited resources and what you're able to do. And all 3 of you are great examples of taking and scaling programs with limited resources and building these partnerships. Chuck, I'm going to start with you, but I'd like each one of you to weigh in here. What are some of the approaches you took to scaling your efforts that you felt were strategies that you'd want to share with others as you thought about it? And what are some of those learnings that you thought really should be applicable and could be replicated in other programs as people build these types of efforts up?
So I think what we're doing well in ISF is when we started our program is only in Phnom Penh. And now we are in 14 different provinces. So we work a lot with partners in the province. So we don't have our own team there, but every year we train coach, like experienced coach or young coach or older players, so they have that skill. They are from different organizations, different school or different NGO, and so we provide training, and then they go off and do their continue coaching or training in their own community and school. And this could continue to a lot of other provinces across Cambodia. And also this could bring sustainability in the future is eventually we don't have more funding. The knowledge is already built in the system in different province or school.
Interesting. Lee?
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, I set up ASA as a hobby of mine, running coaching clinics for street kids in Jakarta. And our leadership approach has always been community first. We screen, select, train, and build the capacity of local teachers and local coaches to become change makers in their schools and communities. We build the capacity at the grassroots level, and we develop sports for development frameworks which we can then embed into our schools and community programs. And all our leading teacher and coach beneficiaries that join our workshops, we will then recruit them as ASA Foundation staff members. They become master trainers and project managers in our programming locations. And through our partnerships and evidence-based impact data, that has also allowed us to sustainably grow from street clinics to national and regional level.
Yeah, I think for me, going back again, I'm a football person. I came into this as a football coach, so I like to keep it simple and just get stuff going. I don't like things taking too long. I'm a person about making action, making a difference, and again, highlighting the example working with the West Asia Football Federation, we initially undertook a needs analysis for the region, and then we used online technology platforms to then deliver education, awareness, and things like that. So really placing the resources where we need to, not doing things for the sake of it, wasting resources, but actually trying to work in the most effective ways. We then set up an event in West Asia, originally hosted in Jordan, but building from the start that this was an event that was going to continue within the region, that the region were going to take responsibility for themselves. It wasn't going to be reliant upon me, reliant upon our organisation, but actually it was something that was shaped and owned by the countries within that region. And then that legacy of passing it on to the next country who was going to host. And that's now been passed on. It's going to be passed on for the third time this year. But again, each time we then find the gaps of where do we need to input, where do we need to provide that support, so that those workshops, that education. But we've now developed such a great model that I'm having other countries now reach out and say, oh wow, we like what you're doing there. We see that it makes sense, that it's simple, but it's effective, and actually it's not just nice buzzwords, but it's actually getting stuff going. And now from the success of that project, we've now developed to another level where next week in Jordan we'll have the first dwarf football tournament for the region, because a country came forward and said, you know what, we've got these players, they want to play, but they've got no one to play against. So working in that partnership, we say, okay, you know what, let's stop the talk, let's make it happen. So next week that event will happen. And then coming on from that, we're now already talking about a potential for a deaf football event and blind football and development in the region. But these are all things that are coming from the countries themselves, from the players themselves, and then we just support them, equip them, put in place the education, the training, not trying to do anything big and fancy, but actually just keeping it simple and making things happen.
It's a great story. We have a lot of leaders out here from federations, confederations, and you know, as we heard on the child safeguarding panel, so much work has been done even in the last 5 years to grow it. So as you're thinking about partnerships and doing the work that you're doing, you know, what are some examples, as we're talking with federation and confederations, of ways they can engage with the NGO community around the disability work that you're doing, around coaching inclusion, around engaging youth, street youth? What are some pieces from a partnership standpoint that you would look from federations and confederations as you kind of move your work forward? Sure.
Yeah, so we look for partners who share the same values and the same long-term strategy and vision as us. It's not just about funding cycles. We're looking for the partners that really match what ASA Foundation is all about, so that we can co-design community programs together. We can invest in local leadership initiatives, and we can use the outcomes of football to really drive those livelihood pathways.
I think the similar thing to Lee, and looking for a partner who are doing the same thing, and empowering leadership on the ground so that it could stay there in the system. Without us, at some point, sometime in the future, the program still continue.
For me, I think it's very much about just finding those associations, those regional organisations that have that desire to actually truly provide football for all. If you've got that desire and you want to do that, then we're here to provide that awareness, that education, that support to then allow it to happen. You know, what we don't want is organisations thinking, oh, it's going to cost loads of money, or it's not possible, or we don't have enough people. You know, Northern Ireland as a tiny little country in the UK has national teams for disability with the size of the population that they've got. You know, we've got countries all over the world, different population sizes, got the US with such a wide, you know, big distances between cities and countries. Again, there's always ways to solve it, and we can solve that through that partnership, through having those conversations, and by us understanding the situation in the country, but then bringing that information, that awareness. So I think very much so, don't say we will do it or we're going to do it or maybe one day, but actually let's start that conversation. Let's get a plan in place, let's see what we can do together, and then let's really make it happen.
It's amazing. You know, as we're talking about these programs, a lot of people feel these programs are nice to have. When really, I think one of the conversations I've had throughout lunch with a number of you is that this can be a competitive advantage for your federation, for your confederation, for your business. You can learn from these programs as much or grow as an organization. Give us an example. I know, Sam, you and I talked about this before, about the importance of, you know, learning from different types of inclusion programs and how it can make overall kind of your business better, your footballing programs better, certainly kind of your approach to the sport stronger.
Yeah, I think there's that element of that, for me, people with disabilities shouldn't be that charitable arm, that nice fluffy part of what we do, but actually they're just as much members of our community as anyone else. So we have a responsibility to embed them within our core programs. But yeah, Todd and I were discussing, you know, the example, saw a video in the last few days of the goalkeeper for the England blind football team. So for those who don't know about blind football, you have 4 outfield blind players, then you have a sighted goalkeeper. But they were using this video to highlight the amazing communication and leadership skills of a goalkeeper within the blind game. And if you see the talent there and the awareness and the understanding, we can learn from that within the regular game of football. You know, how can we get our goalkeepers, our leaders, communicating as effectively as that goalkeeper? Or if you can see within the deaf football game how they communicate, you know, they can't hear the usual communication that we would have on the field of play. So how do they become more effective? How do they get that competitive advantage? You know, so there's so many aspects here that we think are around just disability and inclusion, but actually, you know, they're things that can really enhance what we do. You know, one of the simple things I said to Todd earlier was, how many of us use an electric toothbrush? Well, actually, electric toothbrush was invented for people with disabilities, a thing for inclusion to help them, but now it's a mainstream thing that we all use. So it's not about just being inclusive for a small number of people, but it's the benefits of inclusion on the wider world. You know, whether it's about using Siri on your phone to send a message, yes, it helps people with a disability, but actually it helps us all in our busy lives and things like that. So it's that solving for one, actually there's benefits to many.
That's a great answer. Jack, I'm going to come back. I'm going to come to you because, you know, I know you said to me, oh, I'm very shy, I don't want to talk about this, but I've been so impressed with with how you've built resilience into your program. So talk to me about resilience particularly, and why that's such an important attribute that you're building in youth, and how you keep it as a throughway in your programming the entire time.
I think it be through all the stuff. And then because we are working with all the kids, and we are the role model for the kids themselves, ourselves. So just one example, during COVID, almost everything closed. Almost everything closed, NGO closed, school closed. We closed almost 2 years. We could not run any football program. We didn't stop though. We still work with the kids. We still have homework sent to their house. And when they are in red zone, we're not supposed to do. We work hard to get permission that allow us to go, which more NGO not be able to do it. And we keep pushing through. And at the time, we're so worried that the kids will drop out of school because maybe we're not engaged enough. And because they come from very difficult background, they don't have tablet, they don't have phone to access things online. So we had to be more likely is person engaging. And during COVID, it's difficult to have that personal relationship. But that persistent, we keep going, we keep trying different things, different way. And that built in the system, in our own team, which I believe this will contribute to the kid through this, yeah.
That's great. Lee, I wanted to ask you, because you walked us through all your programming, but I think one of the pieces that I found most interesting, and some that you shared with me, was you have so many themes that you work on. You have health, you have gender, you have environment, you have disability. How have you built like a throughway through that so there's consistency when you're offering so many different types of engagements with your programmers?
Yes, so we build cohesion through a core ASA Foundation methodology, and we use sport and football as a unifying platform. So regardless of whichever education topic we're focusing on, it could be climate change, it could be employability, we will always incorporate life skills, health, gender equality, inclusion in our programs. So they'll be embedded in our programs, and the way we work is, I'd say 99% of our programs are training a trainer based. That's where we are, working with the Ministries of Education, Ministry of Youth and Sports. We bring in teachers, community coaches, and then we train them up, build their capacity to become ASA master trainers, and then they go back into their schools and communities, and they work with the youth on a weekly basis, and then we'll conduct all that on-site monitoring evaluation. And that core methodology is the same for every program. So when we run these workshops, it's a blended learning solution. So we train them through interactive workshops, and then we take the key education messages and deliver them through the sports coaching. And then those teachers and coaches who we've empowered and built the capacity of, they will then go back and work with their youth on the sports-based education activities in the schools on a weekly basis. So that's our sustainability strategy and how we leave that legacy. It's not a case of, I send our ASA Jakarta team to Papua, run a project for, say, 100 kids for like 12 months and then leave again. No, what we're all about is to work at the grassroots level with local teachers, local community members, and train them up to become our master trainers, and then they can work with the youth on a long-term sustainable basis. So that's how we work, and that's our core methodology.
That's excellent. This is for all of you. I want to throw this out. What does football for everyone look like 5 years from now for your programming? Is it something that you're going to be able to build off? I mean, I'm curious kind of where you see it going.
I think at the moment, we've just talked about it today, at the moment, inclusion is a project. In the future, inclusion needs to be the norm. And inclusion needs to be embedded in every level of football development, from the grassroots phase all the way up to national and regional level. So it needs to be the norm.
Jack, any thoughts?
It's still what I want to say. So yeah, it should be the norm, and also we should have all this safe place for kind of all ability player to access to play sport also. So they don't have to worry. It's kind of like, that's normal, I go play football.
Understood.
When you asked that question, it took me back to Vahid's presentation earlier, where he showed the number of associations that signed up to the Football for the Goals. 5 years' time, I'd love to be here, looking at the presentation on that screen, seeing how many member associations and regional associations have some level of a disability-inclusive football programme. That could look anything, from a mixed disability, pan-disability football approach, maybe just one school, one club, or it could be anything through to having national teams for blind football, amputee football. But every member association and regional association saying, at this time, this is our plan based on the resource, based on the needs in our community, I think we can all do that. You know, whatever your level of resource, you can have a plan. You can have some level of action that you've taken, and then whether that then takes 10, 20 years, however long to develop, but at least we've started something.
It's so important, and it's one of the things I think is really a key piece to take away when you talk about this work. This work is not a nice to have. This work is a necessary, and I think we all know that from the different aspects. Regardless of the area we're talking about in sustainability, when you do sustainability work and it's embedded throughout your organization, top to bottom, it makes you better. It makes you more competitive. It also makes you more innovative as an organization, right? And so it's really important as we share these ideas today and we collaborate that we continue to push and do that. So what's one action you think we can take or organizations should take as we think about this work, or if they're either first starting to approach it or they're trying to build off it? So Sam, let's start with you. We're going to go reverse order this time.
I don't know, I think I keep it pretty simple. Send me an email, let's arrange a call, let's have a conversation, because then we can get it going. That's a really simple action that starts things, that gets the ball rolling.
I like it. Lee?
Yeah, you know, it's fantastic that we've held this conference today, and I hope that we can start, you know, conducting these conferences on a regular basis, you know, developing partnerships, and I'm sure if we keep doing this, then, you know, we can really make a difference across the region.
Yes, I'm just grateful to be part of the conference today, and you know how to find us.
I'm going to open it up for questions. I know this is, any questions in the audience? Don't be shy. Okay, we're going to continue. If anybody has any questions, Rob, go ahead.
Thank you. Everyone's heard a lot from me already today. Rob Skinner from Football for the Goals. And I'm going to try and pick up a little bit on Todd's line of questioning there. I'm sure you all have ambitions for the next year or so, shorter term than the 5 years. In what would you need to accomplish what you'd like to do in the next year? You must have a plan, like, if only I had this, I could achieve that. And could you tell us what it is that you would need, whether it's from a partner, from another organization, that could help you get to that? What is it that you need? What is it you'd like to do? What is it you need, and how can you get there, if that makes sense? Besides money, the only caveat is it can't be just more money, because everybody needs more money.
We'd like to bring on more partners to support our programs. You know, we'd like to set up programs which are, you know, co-partnered, co-funded. You know, a lot of our programs are a funding cycle of 1 year. So we would like, you know, more partners on board, more funding, so that we can run them for a lot longer. Some of our projects have been running for 10 years. So, you know, we have a project in Probolinggo at the moment, which is, again, the PSSC guys will know where that is. That's in the remote area of East Java. We've been working with Jawa Power and YTL 10 years on a Football for Good program there, promoting life skills and health. So, you know, we would like all our programs to, you know, follow that, you know, that time scale and be able to really drive sustainability. So, yeah, bring more partners, on board for our programs.
Yeah, I think for me, I started para-football as an organisation. I like to, I remember seeing on social media that Steve Jobs started Apple from his garage, and that Google started from a garage, and that Amazon started from a garage. Or guess what? Para-football started from my garage as well. So maybe I'm on the same list, but I'd love to see that we get that recognition with some organisations, because we've got some amazing volunteers, all volunteers, working away, probably doing the things, you know, and there's so much resource and other support out there. But as soon as we then get that support and recognition from key organisations, those partnerships, I think we can then really start driving things forward. But while it's Sam sat in his garage, then it'll take a bit longer.
Yeah, I think the same Lee again. He keeps stealing mine. Partner, and yes, prefer long-term partner because that brings sustainability. And what we like to do to expand is for provide more coach training to young coach in the province, in the rural area, because we've been working a lot to start with in Phnom Penh, in number of the province, but we still have some gap in the rural areas which we would like to reach to them.
You know, Rob, I would also just add, I think when you think of partnerships, I always think of a team. And so when you're building your team, and if you're, let's use the football as an example, you don't want a team with 10 strikers, right? You need to build people that have different skill sets. And you know, when you're building this work, it's incredibly important. And one of the amazing things about this conference is the diversity of organizations and representatives that are here that bring different perspectives to the table. And those perspectives, like a team, make it stronger when you're trying to pull things together. And so as organizations, you're thinking about this, and I approach this work at the MBA, I always thought about it like, how am I gonna build my team? What type of organization, what type of leaders do I need to work with? What do they bring? What's different than we have? And how can we put that together so that we can be competitive? Because that is, I think Rob brought that up before, an important part of sports is we wanna win. And when we wanna win, we wanna do the best job we can for any community that we're in to drive impact. So I think how you approach partnerships, not just building partnerships, but why. Ask those questions is really important as you're building that up. Any other questions? Yes.
In Australia, I'm curious, in your programs that you run with disability, do you ever have any reluctance from organisations and with all due respect to the lawyers and the solicitors in the room, from a legal context and a risk context? In Australia, we have an organisation called Disabled Surfers Association, and they were recently in the media, and a journalist said to them, this is quite dangerous what you're doing. You're taking people with quite significant disabilities out in the ocean, and you're pushing them onto waves on a surfboard, and if they fall off, they can drown, and there's all sorts of complexities in regard to risk. And the head of the organisation, very similar to yourselves, who started out with his own son who was living with a disability, he said, what's the worst case scenario? That someone has an injury in the ocean and we will manage that risk. And he said the byproduct is such enjoyment and participation and commitment that our members get, that most of those members and families are very willing to accept any associated risk being in the water. And for anyone who hasn't ever surfed before, I strongly encourage you to try it, because it is one of the most amazing experiences you'll have, and it's brilliant that people with a disability experience it. In your experience, have you ever had to deal with the powers to be or any organisation where they were quite concerned around the risks of disability football?
Yeah, so for me, I've had a number of national football associations reach out to me and say, oh, this child has a splint or a support on their leg. It's so dangerous to them and to other people. And thinking, really? We're going to stop a child from playing football because of that? You know, there's always ways around it. And also think around, sometimes it's because football is designed, you know, a certain way that it prevents some people from playing. And this is why we have so many adapted formats of the game, because where those rules need adapting and changing to fully include someone because of their disability, then actually, you know, the IFAB laws of the game give us provisions to change, to adapt, and to make the game more inclusive to people. So, yes, we have to be aware of those needs and those safety concerns, but then at the same time, we have to make sure that we don't use them as, you know, excuses to stop someone from playing. But actually, there are people who I've seen get lifted out of a wheelchair into a power chair, and then they are flying around the court at speeds faster than I'd drive probably, spinning around doing all sorts. And I sit there thinking, oh my God, I wouldn't do that. But actually, you know, that's inclusion. They're loving it. They're playing proper football. They're getting in proper tackles and things like that. So where we put the right safeguards in place, where we have the right conversations with people with disabilities themselves, then every person has a place in football and it's safe for them to do so.
We have time for one more. Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys to close with the statement you want to leave the group with. So, Jackie, you want to start? Anything you want to leave this group with today? Any last thoughts? Close the panel? Yeah. No? You don't want anything to close with?
No, just to say thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you everyone for making this conference possible, and I really hope that we can replicate these events on a regular basis. We can get together, develop partnerships, and make a real difference through the power of football.
One little story that I thought about through this entire session was, I remember many years ago when I was coaching, there was this little boy with cerebral palsy down one side of his body, and I don't know how many people in the room have seen the Disney film Finding Nemo. I'm sure many, whether you admit to it or whether you say, oh yes, I've watched it with the kids. But this little boy called his arm his Nemo arm. And I thought, oh my God, what is he saying? Like, I can't ever say that. But if you've seen Finding Nemo, Nemo has one fin that's underdeveloped. This little boy watched Finding Nemo and resonated that actually there was someone or something else like him, that he wasn't the only one out there. And that's how he understood his disability. And we all have an opportunity by providing inclusive football environments that allows every person to play, to ensure that every child out there with a disability or anyone doesn't feel like they are the only person, that they're isolated. But actually, when we bring people together, they can connect, they can be empowered, and they can feel like football truly is for all.
Thank you, Sam. As we're wrapping today, I want you to make sure you think about three things as we're going to the day, and we talked about these. Lean into football's superpower, right? Everybody connects to football. We stood up before, when Lee started and everybody's kicked a football, everybody's done this. Lean into it. Make sure that it's a part of everything you do. This is not nice to have. This is going to make your organization stronger. And as leaders, you need to drive that forward in an innovative, business-first approach that makes sure your organizations understand why that's so important, why this work and the inclusion work and including everybody is important. It takes a village to do this work, and only collaboratively can we do it. So I hope we get a chance to catch up with all of you after. We continue these conversations. This is one of the most inspiring conferences I've been to. Thank you again for your leadership, and thank you for the time today, everybody.
Thank you, Todd, and our dear panelists. That was truly inspiring and a powerful conversation. We will now take a 30-minute break and reconvene at 4:30 p.m. Please be reminded to return to the conference hall on time so we can start promptly. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite all participants to proceed to the conference hall and be seated. The session will begin shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly make your way to the conference hall. The next session will begin shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the conference hall. The session will begin shortly. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Before we move to our next session, we'd like to kindly remind all attendees to share your feedback on today's conference. Your thoughts and suggestions are extremely valuable to us in helping improve future editions of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation Conference. You can do so easily by scanning the QR code on the screen or the one printed on your program. Thank you once again for being an active part of this important gathering. Your feedback helps us grow and make each conference even more impactful. Up next, we have a truly insightful discussion lined up. In a world marked by geopolitical crisis and growing humanitarian needs, football can serve as a powerful force for solidarity and support. This session will highlight the work of the UNHCR and its collaboration with the football community to advance humanitarian action, showcasing the example of coaches across continents. It will demonstrate how football can create hope, inclusion, and opportunities for displaced communities, reinforcing the sport's role as a catalyst for protection and resilience. It's now my pleasure to invite back on stage Mike Pfister, and joining Mike, I'm pleased to welcome Stephen Renard from the UNHCR and Nick Gates, founder and global strategist for coaches across continents, to provide their insights. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and esteemed panelists. The panel discussion will be on football can be a catalyst for humanitarian action. Mike, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Sorry, me again, but great to see you all. Thanks for sticking around for, I think, which might actually be a very emotional session. Whenever we talk about humanitarian action, I am reminded that, and that's actually a link from the previous session, humanitarian action is a word that's used quite often, and not a lot of people actually know exactly what we're talking about. It's just like with inclusion. Everybody says we need to do inclusion, we need to have inclusive frameworks, etc. And then you end up designing something and you lose compass. So maybe just a brief, before I introduce our panelists, just a brief snippet of my own recent past. When I was working for the International Committee of the Red Cross, another large humanitarian organizations, just like our cousins from UNHCR, I was really reminded of the power of humanitarian action, which is driven by independence, impartiality, and neutrality, which allows humanitarian actors to go where even governments sometimes cannot go. And that is really, really powerful. And even in today's world, and that's the connection to football, when we say, okay, what role can football play? What role can actors play outside the traditional governmental and public agencies that used to deliver developmental and humanitarian work? Today, in the international funding crisis, this role of football and other actors is extremely important. I'll give you an example, and to quote the World Food Programme. This year alone, 50 million people are at risk of not receiving humanitarian aid, which means people will lose their lives due to funding shortages. Of course, it's not all about money, it's all about action, and this is where I think football can really come in. So that was just one way to frame a little bit the discussion that we're having today. But I'm really, really pleased to be joined up here with by Nick Gates and Stephen Renard, as I like, okay, Renard, who come from, I would say, different angles, but I think connecting on the same spot. Nick used to be a footballer, under 18 England national player.
Used to be?
Well, I was looking at myself, I was looking at you as I could use it, but...
Just a lot slower now.
Right, okay. You still have the touch, you still have the vision, you still have the strategy, which you apply now. I think also you've like the discussion we had earlier today, you're one of those who've started on the pitch and have taken it off the pitch. You've started at Harvard as well. You've worked with the Premier League, with footballers on the strategic and commercial elements of the game. I think a very important role which touches upon some of the topics we had earlier. You founded Coaches Across Continents, working with coaches as really as a vector for sustainable change. So we'll talk about that with great interest. You also serve as a trustee for Head Safe Football, really working to improve player safety and brain health in the sport. So thanks a lot, Nick, for making it all the way from the Cayman Islands, a 27-hour trip. I'm glad you made it. Stephen, UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, we're almost neighbors in Switzerland. You're one of the leaders in sports for development and peace. That's, I would say, a nexus discussion that, you know, really amplifies the point I was making earlier. Really interested to hear, also in terms of evidence and facts that you bring to the fore, studies that UNHCR is driving in this field. You yourself are an author. You've contributed to articles and studies in this field. You lead UNHCR's, that's actually a tongue breaker, the UN Refugee Agency's rollout of its sports strategy, More Than a Game, which again hits I think the nail on the head in terms of the discussion we had today. So very pleased to have you here. Making the link to what I said earlier, humanitarian action is for many vulnerable communities the first and the last bit of hope in areas of conflicts, of fragility, or natural disasters, right? So it's not our everyday sort of type of environments that we're talking about, looking at people in this room, but for many people, this humanitarian crisis is the everyday reality. Quick question to you both, and I'm looking at Stephen first. What role can football play in these contexts?
Mike, I thought you would have learned earlier, asking a quick question for someone who works at a UN agency, you don't get a quick answer, do you? I think Robert demonstrated that quite well.
Well, this is your chance to improve it.
Well, I would like to thank Robert and his team for inviting us to this event, and thank the AFC as well for putting this on. It's a fantastic opportunity for us, UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, to talk about our core work. We're a humanitarian organization. We serve people who are forced to flee around the world. We're mandated to protect the human rights of refugees around the world. And we see the value of football, which is quite interesting. The bridge between the two is something that we've been chatting about before this panel, and I think it's something that is, you know, it can be a divide, but with the right thinking, with the right motivation and focus, we can bridge the divide, so to speak. So I just wanted to say, and Mike, you said, you know, you grounded the conversation where I think it should be grounded, and that's in the humanitarian context that we're living right now, which is a very complex one. You referred to the global humanitarian crisis. This is something that we are currently dealing with, and the consequences of it we are starting to see on a human level for refugees around the world, particularly in camps where services they provide, you know, they depend solely on services provided by international organizations and UN agencies. We're starting to see malnutrition rates go up. We're starting to see various things that can totally be avoided if we were given the resources that we need in order to respond to those needs. So just as an example, and I'll get to the football, but As an example, the number of forcibly displaced people in the world has doubled over the last decade, and yet UNHCR at the end of this year is set to finish the year with the same amount of resources it had 10 years ago. So we're being asked to provide life-saving assistance to twice as many forcibly displaced people with the amount that we had 10 years ago. So it's a challenge. It's a real challenge. But we're seeing some success stories, some positive developments. For instance, in Syria, we're seeing the voluntary return of over 1 million Syrians who are wanting to go back home because things are safe for them to go back home. And I think this is a misconception as well in media. There are negative narratives, and this is something we can talk about a little bit later, but there are a lot of negative narratives around refugees, and they're here to take our jobs and all this stuff. But actually, when it's safe for them to return, we see that there's a voluntary return and they want to go back home. So that's really positive. And also to mention, for instance, the government of Thailand just recently changed its position on allowing refugees who have been in Thailand for a long period of time can now work in the country. So they can now, we're talking about 80,000 people who have been there, living in Thailand from Myanmar, and who can now work in the country and contribute to the economy, which is, I think, what everyone wants. Football and sport, fantastic areas of work where we're seeing a lot of hope and a lot of opportunity. UNHCR recognizes the power of football to contribute, and sport in general, to contribute to the well-being and opportunities for people who are forced to flee from their homes. So much so that we developed a strategy called More Than a Game, Sport More Than a Game. And it was fantastic when the secretary mentioned that, and I saw the title of your intervention. I thought, this is exactly what we believe at UNHCR, is that sport can be more than a game for refugees. We have, in that strategy, we outline 5 different ways in which humanitarian organizations and sport organizations can work together to serve refugees around the world. One of them, which I think a lot of people think of, is sport and play-based programs. Another is communications and advocacy. The third one is providing support to refugees who have sporting talent, who just need a scholarship, or who just need an opportunity in order to become the next Alphonso Davies. We also see the importance of sports stars and refugee sports stars like Alphonso Davies, who are willing to engage with policymakers and try to influence policy. This is, the sport diplomacy side of things. And then finally, of course, resource mobilization, not just funding, but other resources as well. There's research institutes who might be interested in supporting. There might be sport brands who would like to make donations. So we're seeing across the board opportunities to work hand in hand with the world of football.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the UN, this is one sentence. But I would just like, I'm glad that
you have competition.
I would just like to actually make the link, if I may, Nick, with Vahid's presentation earlier, because you mentioned the secretary. And in fact, when you were presenting the field hospital that you supported, low profile, high impact, using the power of football through influence, through some funding, but then working with partners to deliver on the ground, I think that's humanitarian action. So that is exactly one example, again, that AFC has actually driven through Dream Asia Foundation, which I think really needs to be recognized and also maybe we can learn the lessons from that to multiply for possible blueprints. Nick.
Well, we use football as the way to break down the first barrier. So when we go into an area where we're working with refugees or we're working with any coaches, that my first question is, what's your name? My second question is, who do you support? If they say Newcastle, we may have a problem. As a Middlesbrough fan, we've seen the growth of Newcastle next door to us. But we can have a conversation from that moment. Why do you support that team? Which are the players that you like? So we started dialogue without talking about the things that we're going to talk about in the future. So I think football has the most amazing power to start conversations with young players, with young boys, with young girls, all the way through to the oldest people. And we've seen that people who unfortunately are leaving their country are leaving often as football fans. And so to be able to have that confidence to have a conversation about football first allows us then to get onto our real work.
I mean, I cannot think of another topic that unites people around the table for in-depth discussions like football, in fact. So, in fact, just the other day, I was in Rome and I ran into a former Cameroonian national player, and that discussion took us right back to 1990 when they almost beat England, but then were kicked out in the quarterfinals. Yeah, that's it. Almost did. But you know, it ended up being a very emotional discussion. So football connects in all kinds of ways and brings us the surprises. Stephen, to avoid negative surprises, you seem to have found the right modalities to partner with other organizations, particularly in the sporting world, to deliver impact. What would you say of some of the ingredients for success that you like to find in these partnerships before embarking?
Well, firstly, and I think it was Todd who just mentioned it during the last panel, but in partnerships, the importance of teams. I couldn't agree more. You know, I'm slightly humbled to answer that question in the room with a colleague of mine who is a senior partnership manager, Talib, who's joined us for today. And you know, that's obvious, right? It's the team getting the team, the right people, the right resources behind the partnership. I think also it's about understanding and identifying the strengths of organizations, right? Identifying, you know, UNHCR, we're a humanitarian organization. We are not a sport organization. We see the value of sport. We can implement sport programs with the right partners, but we're not a sport organization, so we're not set up for that. And that's why, you know, I think recognizing that is important, and recognizing that sport organizations aren't humanitarian organizations. They want to give back, and they would like to be involved in humanitarian work in the same way we would like to be involved in sport. But I think that that's important, and leveraging the expertise of organizations, I think, is important. I was a bit more brief in my response there.
But to the point, and actually it's a great segue to Nick, to basically zoom into actually your core work nowadays using coaches. Now, not a little secret, my dad is a coach. They can have a strong impact on people, sometimes good, sometimes bad. But what are some of the impactful ways you've been able to engage with coaches to drive sustainable change and humanitarian action?
So I've been doing this now for 18 years with coaches across continents. Prior to that, I had a big coaching company in America. I don't think football by itself solves problems. I think we've got to be very realistic that just dropping a ball doesn't make all the bad things go away in the world. But if done correctly, football has a really strong opportunity to make change. And so we at Coach Across Continents, we have a couple of different models. And we're talking now about the refugee crisis, which is very divisive. I don't think that anyone disagreed throughout the day that we want to have child safeguarding, female empowerment, health and wellness, education. But the refugee issue is slightly different and can put coaches in danger. And so we have to be very careful with the education to the coaches about some of the things that they're going to see, some of the things that they're going to hear. So we have what we call trauma-informed coaching, where we work with the coaches to understand, obviously safety is a number one issue. Can every child, every young person coming into the session be safe? Can they trust? One of the big things that we know, refugee children have lost trust in the world. And so how do we rebuild that trust? How do we give them choice? How do we include their voice in what they want to happen next? How early can we work with them? The quicker we can work with refugees, the easier it is to begin the inclusivity, to get them involved in communities. We've also worked on some very extreme projects. We worked with UNHCR in Bangladesh at the largest refugee center at Cox's Bazar. It was a learning for us to work with these coaches with no equipment, no fields. Every time there was rain, everything rushed through. So you have to adapt it that way. And also you have to be very understanding of the culture of where these young people are coming from. Religion, tradition, culture, etc. become very, very important with the coaching. So it's not just, can you put a ball down, can you pass it from A to B, run to C? It's what you can do while that young person is doing those skills and how much you can influence their lives from there.
Maybe as a follow-up question, do you find it, I mean, obviously you find some coaches are very easy to work with and other more difficult, but on average you find, what are the main barriers that you have actually come across in working with coaches and using coaches to use them impactfully?
I think knowledge. I think that a lot of coaches play to win, and we're not working in that field. I've had my play to win working in professional soccer, but working with football for development, it's not about did you win the game. It's the impact you had on the young person's life in that, maybe it's just that 1 hour a week that you get to work with them. So it's changing mindsets of coaches. It's giving them the confidence to ask questions when they might not know the answers. If you want to learn about a young person's life, you have to ask them some questions. And some things you're going to learn might not be comfortable, especially some of the journeys these young people have been on to get to where they are today. So we have to have those talks with the coaches, so it's not just whether they know some games. And we've adapted a curriculum. We have a curriculum we call the Sanctuary curriculum that addresses different issues that young people who have gone through this journey may be facing.
Mike, if I can jump in just on the coaches, we conducted an evaluation of two of our so we talk about sport for protection programming at UNHCR because we're a protection agency. And essentially that's sport programming in displacement context like the one that Nick just mentioned in Cox's Bazar. And in that evaluation, one of the key learnings, recommendations was really understanding, viewing coaches as agents of change was the way that it was phrased. And that's really important. And, you know, the coaches are the front lines of these programs in a lot of different contexts. And ensuring that these coaches, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about it, and it's fantastic and very positive to hear a lot of the talk that's going on in football around safeguarding, because these coaches are the front lines of these programs, and they're ensuring, you know, we're trusting a lot in these coaches by saying, you know, we support you working with this group of young people. So I think that's really important, and it's essential to any successful program, really focusing and making sure that coaches are supported in the right way, that they get the support that they need in order to do the work that we're asking them to do.
I think we're very clear as well that coaches who coach football, it's much easier to coach football than it is to coach football for development. And so we look at I worked with Avram Grant, for instance, and he, you know, at the top level won trophies with Chelsea, but put him on a field with children with no shoes, language barriers. He finds that job much, much harder than working with professional footballers.
What are some of the things, and maybe that's a question to both of you, but maybe I'll start with Stephen. What are some of the things you would want to see avoided when you build partnerships.
Yes.
Touching a little bit on the risk discussion from the earlier safeguarding panel.
Yeah, the first thing I would say is short-lived initiatives. I think we'd all agree we understand the shortcomings of short-lived initiatives. When we work with sport partners and they're interested in implementing sport and play-based programs with UNHCR and our implementing partners, they, we encourage them to think in three-year terms. Not anything. No, we have done projects that are 2 years, for instance. But if you're really interested in seeing outcomes for the people who you are trying to reach, all the studies in this space say you need to think longer term. You need to really have a long-term vision for it. The second thing I would say is sport standalone initiatives is something I would avoid, particularly in the humanitarian context. It should be part of a larger educational or health programmatic approach. It should be rooted in, something that's larger than the sport and perhaps more basic as well. The basic needs of people are being met, and I think that that's important as well.
We find it very dangerous when partners approach us and they're trying to create professional footballers. That's not our job. We're working with the 99% of footballers who won't be professional. And the second one is we like to work with partners who have really clearly defined their social message. Now that can change as different things happen in their communities, but they want to use football and address something. And so that's what we look for at Coach Across Continents in our partnership model.
I think clarity of intent in this type of programming is also very, very important, so that you can actually measure what you deliver on and you focus on what you do best and have your, I would say, strategic mandate identified, and you don't lose yourself in a plethora of initiatives. I would maybe just look around the room if there's any questions at the stage. Please feel free to come in. We have a question from UEFA. Nicoletta, is there a microphone, please? And then I see our colleague Luna from CFA as well.
We could have gotten there quicker, I think.
Right?
So more than a question, it's an example of how football can help. And it makes me a bit emotional because within our team is one of our favorite events that we hold. So while we are speaking, the Unity Euro Cup is actually happening, which is the cup for refugees national teams. It seems strange because actually refugees are representing their host countries with the actual national jersey. So now, after 4 years that we held this cup in Nyon, in Switzerland, in the headquarters of UEFA, we finally decided to open the possibility of hosting this magical event to our members association. So nowadays it's going on in the Netherlands, in their headquarters. And yesterday we started with a big conference where talking about inclusion and recognition. So refugees representatives were there with international organizations and members association. And today 18 different teams, they start competing, and these teams are made by 7 refugees representatives, 4 players from the local community, and at least 3 of them are women. And the stories around these events are amazing, but it was just to share an example of how football can help, we hope, in a good, positive way.
I'm so thankful that you did mention that, because I was about to mention it myself, and then I would have been told off for
Sorry,
talking.
I couldn't resist. I was like, I have something to say.
No, but I would also like to mention this is a fantastic example of how a governing body as well can engage its member associations around issues like refugee issues. UEFA works, they have a grant scheme that they provide to member associations that are wanting to work more in this space. And I think that's an excellent way to encourage, as a federation, to encourage member associations also to engage more in a specific area of work.
Thanks a lot for sharing this, Nicoleka. Mikael, I'll have a question for you because we talked about coaches, but maybe so that you can just warm yourself up. I would like to give the floor to Luna, my sister from CFA.
Okay, thank you, Mac. As the topic, football, it is a catalyst for humanitarian action. We know some of, or we might say most of the refugees around the world, we don't know their background precisely. Maybe they're engaged in football activities in the new country, become a coach. As Max said, sometimes good, sometimes bad. How do you balance the humanitarian action towards potential safeguarding risks? I mean, how do you dealing with this kind of problem? How to prevent good initiatives resulting in bad consequences?
Can you say the questions again? Sorry.
I mean, sometimes you don't know the refugees' backgrounds. If they move to a new country and engage in football activities, become a coach, but sometimes it turn in good result, but sometimes they turn in bad result. I mean, there are some potential safeguarding problem to the children. The parents may worried about it. So how you balance this kind of problem?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I'm not sure I'm fully qualified to answer that question, but I would say that refugees aren't homogenous, right? And you rightly point that out, that refugees come from different backgrounds. They don't come from, there's not one refugee group, and so to put them in one group is sometimes not helpful. In the context that if I've understood the question fully, I think it's the same question I would ask for any coach from any background. Have you done your checks? Have you done the safeguarding? Are there checks and balances in place in order to make sure that the children or the adults who they're working with are safeguarded? So yeah, I would say it's the same thing for refugee as it is for a coach from host community as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot for bringing up that very good question. I have actually a direct question for Mikael. We cannot speak about coaches, and we have a former professional player here, another one, sorry, without actually asking him if he's had a coach have you had a coach that has had a very strong impact on you beyond your performance on the pitch?
I think, like most of us who made it to the pro level, I would say the most impactful coaches are the ones that get to you and coach you in your early ages. 10, 12, 13. You're like a sponge. And I was pushed to my limit because at some point I was the best in my neighborhood. Then I was one of the best in the region. And then you think, this is it, I made it. It wasn't, I wasn't conscious. But in a way, I stopped working. And I had a coach who said, you know what, in 2-3 years, everybody would have forgotten about you. But he said it in a nice way. It wasn't hard. He wasn't trying to bring me down, but it was a reality check. But I think at this age, having the best intention from the coaches, whether it's the girls or the boys, it's really important. And for me, okay, I've had Sir Alex Ferguson, Arsene Wenger, Marcello Lippi, worldwide renowned coaches with a lot of credentials and trophies. But the one from my early age are the one that gave me that pathway and that mentality to make it to the top.
Thank you for sharing this with us, Mikael, and he clearly put you on a very good path. I see there's another question in the back.
Yes, thank you. My name is Omar Am. I'm safeguarding lead at CAF. I want to share 2 examples, and I have 1 question. So last year we had the opportunity to do a it's a CAF festival event. It's a social impact event in Democratic Republic of Congo, in Goma. Goma, it's a war zone. There are displaced camps, more than 8 displaced camps. So we choose one camp and we gathered with WFP, World Food Program. We gathered all the kids from the different camps, and we did this event, mini tournament, and it was very successful. There, one of the things that we found out that they have stickers, posters, how to report an incident, safeguarding incidents. And this is one of the things that, the first thing that the president of this camp told us, that our women are in danger. Why? Because they have no electricity, they have nothing, so once it gets dark, it's something else. However, after this day of the event, the lead of the WFP, he came to us and told us, thank you so much, because this is the first day that we have received only one case of harassment. Usually, it's tens of cases. So I think this is because the youth were busy. Were busy with us, they were our volunteers, they were playing. So, and another example, in Kakuma, in Kenya, Kakuma is different. It's a refugee camp, and it's not a camp, it's a town. They have different camps. And also, they have these stickers of reporting system, and people reports there. But one of my question is, what is the business model of a refugee camp? Should they stay for the whole, until we don't know when, doing nothing, just getting the food from World Food Program and from you guys? I don't know if you are not there, who will take care of them, because it's only the UN agencies and other agencies, of course, but what is the business model? So if we were not in Goma, this day, the cases will be the same, because youth had nothing to do there. And they are not, they don't have anything. They are not obliged to do anything. So the business model of a refugee camp, should it be still like this with the very low, now after the financial cutting of funds, should it be the same way? Or should you give somehow a responsibility? Or I know some, they bring things to buy, to sell. There are very few things, but I think football also have a role to play in this. Thank you.
I think that question is directly targeted at you.
Yeah, and I find it an interesting question. I've never been asked what is the business model in this context. And I think it's perhaps a fair question to ask. You know, the humanitarian sector, you know, it's not a business in the sense of, you know, what, you know, how do we sustain this? The humanitarian sector exists to respond to emergencies and needs that come up, and governments and member states then request the support and need the support of humanitarian organizations to step in and to support the people who've just been forced to flee from their homes. So in that context, it's a tricky question that you've asked, because I don't think there's a business model. The only thing I can think of is inclusion. You know, camps are not a good setting for anyone. A camp setting is not good for a refugee. I mean, it can provide them with the safety and protection that they need after they've just fled war, conflict, or, you know, fear of persecution. But it's not a lifestyle that anyone wants to live. So the camp setting is not a business model. We would much rather that there not be camps that are set up in parts of the world, because they are unsustainable, as you rightly point out, and they're not good for refugees. What is interesting are models of inclusion. How can we include refugees and provide them opportunities to contribute to the economy and not be, quote unquote, a burden to society? So I think it's an interesting question that you've asked. And yes, I agree that sport can play a role in that. I also think that, if you don't mind me adding, I know we're out of time, but you know, football fans, sport fans, their attitudes towards refugees mirrors that of the attitudes of people in general in society towards refugees. That is to say that there's still a good 50% of people who believe that there's a moral obligation to support refugees. That's the same with football fans. Then there's a group of football fans and in society which we refer to as called the movable middle. And these are people who have serious questions. They aren't currently supporting refugees, but they are still open and still just wondering how can we deal with this question. And then there are of course people who've made up their mind that we shouldn't be helping refugees. And the same is with football fans. And we did a study on this, looking at 3 markets of football fans in the UK, and in Spain, and in Germany. And what we found is that hardcore football fans, so the fans that travel to the away matches, they go to the home matches, they are the ones that are most likely to support refugees than moderate fans or fans who are just sort of somehow associated to the game because a partner watches football. So I think that's interesting. You guys who work in football might be able to draw your own conclusions as to why that is. But I find that interesting.
From our side, we work in about 70 or 80 countries, and we have 2 of our best coaches. You said DRC and Tanzania, Kigoma. We're happy to supply our coaches to come and do coach education in those areas to help create opportunities for young people to learn. So just see me after this and we can share some details.
Yes, please. Thank you.
As we're wrapping up this discussion, it's getting late. We have tons of issues we could discuss further, so definitely a lot of food for thought and discussions. But Nick, could you share with us that one story that you shared with us in preparation for this discussion about the Middlesbrough fan? I found that a very moving story, and I think it would be a fantastic way to wrap up this discussion.
So my father was a professional footballer. Football is my life. It's taken me to 110 countries. But I'm a passionate Middlesbrough fan. I can't not be a Middlesbrough fan. It's in my blood. It doesn't matter that we're in the championship at the moment. We have one fan, Youssef, who is a refugee and has now become so popular that at the last game we played Southampton away, and 3,000 Middlesbrough fans sing to Youssef, "Youssef, give us a song." And Youssef starts the song. And so just that integration. Middlesbrough has an incredible amount of refugees, and as a club we've made a big effort to include them. But just now we have Youssef, who is one of the greatest people, goes home and away, and is now one of the leaders of our fan clubs. I would love you all. In fact, he should be here sitting instead of me to talk about his story and the power of football to allow him to be integrated into mainstream and be a popular member of our society from there. So but I think the lesson of the story is you all should be Middlesbrough fans.
But here's to Youssef. Thanks a lot for sharing this. Nick, Stephen, I think you've definitely demonstrated football can be a power for humanitarian action. Thanks a lot for this great discussion. Thanks for the engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, dear panelists. That was truly insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, as our team prepares the stage for the next segment, allow me to take a moment and reflect on a few of the key themes we have learned today. From safeguarding children, to empowering youth, to advancing gender equality and leveraging football for a humanitarian response. A clear message has emerged. Football has the power to be a genuine force for good, but only when we act together. This conference is not only about ideas, it's also about building partnerships and finding new ways to collaborate. So I encourage you to think about the lessons that we have learned today and how can we inspire and implement them in our community and organizations. As we approach the final presentation of this conference, it's my pleasure to introduce our final speaker, Ms. Darlene Harrison. Darlene has worked in high-performance sport for over 25 years in New Zealand, Australia, and the United Kingdom. Please join me in welcoming Darlene onto the stage to present on the topic, the Sustainability 11 Key Trends Shaping Asian Football. Welcome, Darlene. All yours.
Hi, everyone. It's a real privilege to be asked to speak here today. I was a little bit shocked when I got the invitation, but I'm extremely pleased to be here. And it's been an amazing day. So many inspiring presentations, so many inspiring conversations, and I look forward to how we can continue them. I'm also been really interested in how all of the presentations and conversations have touched on a few of the things that I'm going to cover today. So we started with Nicoletta's presentation today when she talked about Sustainability 11, and here we are, bookending the conference with the same title. So I'm going to probably build on a few of the themes that we've discussed and use this metaphor to really explore what we mean by the sustainability game. As Mohammed said, my journey to sustainability has been through high performance. So my background's in high performance sport, and in my role in high performance sport, I was looking for a lens to be able to understand the complexity and the increase in competitiveness and how to manage all of the different things that were being included and needed to be responded to in high performance sport. And that's how I found my way to sustainability, because it's the ultimate lens for connection. And sustainability connects how clubs and federations serve their communities, protect people, and advance inclusion. Sustainability also looks at how football organisations can reduce its environmental footprint, build resilience, and adaptability. Sustainability also can connect how organisations are structured and accountable, and how trusted and can be trusted by fans, sponsors, and society. So just as a coach integrates tactics, motivations, and preparation into one plan, sustainability also integrates responsibility, governance, and innovation into a single playbook. So I'm going to see if I can work this thing now and get started by starting with the first question. Like, what does it actually take to play this game? And in the sustainability game, the field of play, the goal, the opponent, and even our fans can look a little different. So the field of play, as we've been discussing, is really about the whole football ecosystem, and a number of the speakers today have touched on that. Really important for us to now think of this by taking a systems view and really looking systemically, looking for the interdependencies and the partnerships that you've all been talking about. Our opponent is really short-termism, chasing quick wins, and it's also those real pressures that we all feel every day. Pressures come from all kinds of directions. So whether it's climate risk, governance gaps, or that, as I said, those quick wins that we're looking for over building that long-term trust. The goal in the sustainability game is legitimacy and growth, measured not just in trophies and in performances, as we've already discussed today, but in credibility, in reputation, and in inclusion. And the focus, and fans, sorry, are our stakeholders. So our communities, our players, our sponsors, and our supporters. And they are the people who decide whether the game has meaning. So when we think about sustainability, and we've talked about this a lot, there's a lot of terminology out there. And we've talked in a few different presentations, again, have talked about different types of ways of thinking. And I'm sure with all of you hold a model in place or a definition of what sustainability means to you. This is a particular definition, an old one from 1987 that I like. It's simple and easy to understand and really talks to the stewardship that football can play in terms of sustainability. I really like the idea of meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. But before any team takes to the field, they need to understand the rules of the game. And sustainability is no different. If football organisations don't play by the rules, whether it's transparency, integrity, or long-term vision, they risk fouls, penalties, and even being sent off the pitch of legitimacy. Throw-ins and corners in this game are about second chances, and we all need those. Opportunities for our organisations to reset, to learn, to train. We've talked a lot about education and improve. That's what all of our organisations are looking for. Extra time here represents that long-term vision. Sustainability is about the long term. So thinking beyond the 90 minutes and building that resilience into our organisations so that we can really support our future generations. Offside is greenwashing, which is really any activity at all that doesn't have any substance and can really break trust and credibility. Yellow cards here are transparency gaps. These provide an opportunity for organisations to fix them before they escalate. And red cards are for integrity violations. Crossing the line on ethics, human rights, and fair play can remove you from the game permanently. Penalty kicks represent high-pressure moments. They test our character, and they ask for decisive, accountable action that, again, protects our legitimacy. Knowing the rules of the game is not just about avoiding mistakes. It's about protecting the integrity of the game. So now that we know the rules, let's meet the team that can play by them. We start at the back. Apparently, everyone in football tells me that's a good place to start. And when I talk about these kind of themes, what I forgot to mention in my introduction was that I've had the privilege of having a lot of conversations with a whole range of role holders over the last 12 months, and that the AFC have facilitated, and it's been amazing to talk to all of these people around what this really means on the ground and what types of things will work in the different contexts. We've heard so many different perspectives here today, and I think the only thing that is more diverse is the Asian football region itself. The back here, the back line, the defence, it really is about the last line of defence against crises, against shocks, and providing strong governance and infrastructure. So in talking to the different role holders over the last 12 months, the key themes that emerge, no surprise for this audience, is safeguarding and how to keep it as a priority as we move forward and broaden our sustainability agendas. How we maintain the safeguarding work that's already been done and how we continue to build on those strengths that have already been achieved. Licensing and standards is another area that constantly comes up. This is all about the line protecting stability and trust in our institutions. The other thing that comes up is safe infrastructure. So stadium safety and green facilities, how we make our training grounds as well as our stadiums more sustainable. And the other last line of defense is around anti-corruption and integrity and transparency in reporting. Clear ESG reporting, open governance and accountability to stakeholders are all of the themes that are constantly emerging in the discussions. The midfield represent inclusion and community. The midfield is about connection. Inclusion and community, as we've heard in all of the presentations again today, link every part of the football ecosystem. It's from defence to attack and from foundations to vision. The themes that consistently come up here are around the discussion we've just had, the panel discussion earlier, around football for all abilities. How can that be more integrated into the work that's happening? Gender equality and women's football also sit in this area consistently. Youth development, education, new and innovative ways for fan engagement and community engagement, using digital infrastructure, and continuing the inclusion work, which is already incredibly strong. All of this inclusion and community work is about respecting Asia's vast cultural, religious, and social diversity, ensuring that no one is excluded. The strikers represent innovation and investment. They turn vision into goals, well, they mostly meant to, and they create opportunities for driving the future. The themes that really emerge here are technology and digital infrastructure, really thinking of all of the things that we're seeing in a number of, we're seeing best practice and we're seeing new practice all of the time around smart stadiums, fan engagement apps, as I mentioned, and data-driven sustainability solutions. We're looking at investment here in ESG finance, so impact and investors, green bonds, partnerships funding for sustainable growth. And one of the things that comes up here a lot is about how do we start climate resilience funds as well. So a number of the conversations have been about establishing those as part of the investment agenda. The other interesting thing is that women's football, the majority of the time, is looked at in terms of inclusion and community. A number of countries that I've talked to have put women's football in the innovation space as well, really looking at how they could leverage it for growth and for sustainability. And of course, we don't forget the bench. Any good team has a strong bench. And the bench in this starting 11 is about emerging trends. So on the bench here, you'll find youth, new technology and fresh ideas, ready to change the game. The types of things here that our contacts in Asia are talking about are things like climate technologies, renewables, energy transitions, carbon stadium operations, AI, which we talked about earlier, and data for predictive modelling, the sustainable design and circular economy, and a really big piece, which I know that Mikhail touched on as well, around player and fan advocacy, and even player and fan activism in this space. So athletes and fans as vocal champions are waiting to come onto the pitch and add a whole new dimension to the game. And finally, we need the coach. Every team reflects its coach, so leadership, sustainability leadership, is absolutely critical. The leadership sets the vision, sets the accountability, and it sets the culture. Again, so many of the speakers today have talked about the culture, and in my conversations as well, so many of the questions are about how do we embed this into our culture? How do we embed it so it sticks? How do we shift the mindsets and the culture so that we can even begin? So many of those conversations have been in that space. And as in any game that we play, different strategies shape different outcomes. So let's have a look at some of the strategies that might work here. Oh, sorry, I've got this, just a summary slide that I forgot about. I haven't been pushing my clicker. So this was just about all of the team roles matter here. So again, every role, we've talked about that again today as a key theme, like every role matters. So together we can achieve a lot more, and it's about pulling all of that together. The strategies. Formations are pathways and structures. Different countries, different cultures, different federations and clubs set up sustainability in different structures. So from AFC frameworks to the UN SDGs to national ESG codes. All of these frameworks shape how different organisations will set up their sustainability frameworks. Possession play is about long-term value creation. The focus of this strategy is on controlling the game through steady progress, embedding sustainability into core operations rather than chasing those quick wins. And again, so many of the speakers have really spoken to that strategy today, really embedding sustainability into your core operations. The zonal marking is about risk management, covering your key areas from climate risk to human rights and governance gaps, but making sure that no blind spot is leaving you exposed. So really interrogating your choices, ensuring that you've really done the work in the key areas that are priorities for your context in which you're playing this game. Pressing is about harnessing and preparing for the pressures that are bound to come, whether it's from fans, sponsors, regulators, or the media. Those pressures will come, and it's really important to prepare for them and then harness them in the work that you're doing. Oh, sorry, how do I go back? The man-to-man is about partnerships. Again, another theme that we've been discussing, and about accountability strategy. This is about ensuring that there's accountability for the relationships that you hold and the trust that you need to build in those relationships. And finally, the counter-attack. This is all about innovation and fast adaptation. Using speed to turn challenges into opportunities can really change the game in terms of sustainability. Some of these strategies focus on long-term vision and long-term control. Others respond to pressure. Some take risks, and others innovate. The key is balance and knowing which strategy fits the context that you are playing in. And just as in any game as well, sustainability in Asia starts at different kick-off points. So everybody's developmental journey here is different. Some federations and clubs are at grassroots awareness. Others are building structures, and others are already creating finishing moves by showcasing world-leading leadership. What matters, though, is not where you start, but how you move the play forward. So when I look at bringing everything together in terms of playing for the future, this is what it starts to really look like. It starts with the rules, whether it's integrity, transparency, or long-term vision. Without understanding the rules of the game, no team can stay in play. It also depends on the roles. Every player matters, from resilience at the back to innovation up front to leadership on the sidelines. Everyone has a part to play in driving sustainability forward for your organisations and for your regions. And it's all guided by the goal: sustainable growth, legitimacy, and trust. These are the common elements of how we build a future-ready game. Across Asia, we each bring different pathways and we work in different contexts. That's the most common theme. That's the key message that I've been given over the last 12 months. The diversity is a significant strength, and it also means that there aren't as many set plays in terms of what's going to work, has to be really tested in each of your contexts. But within all of this, we share one common goal: to build a trusted, sustainable, and future-ready game. So I want to thank the AFC Dream Asia Foundation for the opportunity today, and the AFC, and for their leadership in this space. And thank you to everyone who is here for your expertise, for your sharing of best practice, for your commitment and the energy that you bring to the roles that you hold. And together, I think we're all together on the same journey, so I look forward to hearing how each of you progress as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darlene. Ladies and gentlemen, as a mark of appreciation for the invaluable contribution by our esteemed speakers, we would like to invite Mr. Zawzaw, Chairperson of the FIFA and AFC Social Responsibility Committee, onto the stage for the pennant presentation. May I invite Nicoletta Fluti to come forward and receive her pennant. Thank you. Next, may I invite Mike Pfister. Thank you. May I now invite Robert Skinner. Thank you. May I now invite Michael Sylvester. Thank you. May I now invite Morgan Lander. Thank you. May I now invite Marie-Laure Lemeneur. Thank you. May I invite Guyan Wan Fung? Thank you. May I now invite Lee Hawkins? Thank you. May I invite Todd Jacobson? Thank you. May I invite Sam Turner? Thank you. May I invite Vichika Chort? Thank you. May I now invite Stephen Renard? Thank you. May I invite Nick Gates? Thank you. Last but not least, may I now invite Darlene Harrison? Thank you very much, Mr. Zavla. As we have come to the conclusion of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation Conference 2025, it is my honor to invite onto the stage our General Secretary, Dato Siri Winsor John, for his closing address.
Thank you, Mo. FIFA and AFC Social Responsibility Chairman, Mr. Zhao Zhao, is also the AFC Senior Vice President. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. As the inaugural AFC Dream Asia Foundation Conference draws to an end, I want to thank each and every one of you for being present here in Riyadh for this conference. Reflecting on all that we have discussed today, we can genuinely filled with the hope that we can achieve it if we stand together as one football family. Throughout the day, we explored critical topics, shared experiences, and built relationships that will, without a doubt, play a key role in moving us forward towards our collective goals. Our task now is to translate these discussions into actions and to make a tangible difference in the lives of those who need it most. As it has been so clearly demonstrated, the power of football to unite people from all walks of life, regardless of ethnic, cultural, or economic differences, is something we must continue to harness as we address the challenges ahead. And as we part ways, I must admit that the spirit that I have seen amongst you all, the member associations, the regional associations, and our stakeholders, has made me confident that the Dream Asia Foundation will continue to grow stronger and deliver meaningful impact in the years to come. Before we conclude, please allow me to once again thank the Saudi Arabian Football Federation for their gracious hospitality, and to thank also all of you for enriching this historic first edition with your presence and insights. And as we bid farewell, let us carry forward our shared belief that football cares, and let us continue working together to ensure that the beautiful game strengthens the AFC Dream Asia's Foundation's legacy of hope, inclusion, and opportunity across Asia. Thank you very much, and safe travels for all those who are leaving today or tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siri, for your thoughtful remarks. On behalf of the Asian Football Confederation and the AFC Dream Asia Foundation, we thank you once again for your presence, for your participation, and for your passion. Safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you in the next edition of the AFC Dream Asia Foundation Conference. Thank you very much, and have a nice evening.